yours now. All right, everybody ready to begin?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me have the clerk call the case and have the parties identified themselves.
Now calling 2012 CF 014905, State of Florida versus Bessman Okafor, State.
Ryan Williams and Jamie McManus for the state of Florida.
Defense. Mr. Okafor, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
The record should reflect that counsel for each party is present, as is the defendant, as he has been throughout. Let's bring the jury. Jury entering. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Did everyone heed my admonition not to speak about this case with anyone? Yes. Did everyone heed my admonition not to let anyone speak about the case to you? Yes. Did everyone heed my admonition not to do any independent research with regard to this case or this subject? Yes. And did everyone heed my admonition not to read or listen to any news accounts of this case? Yes. All right, thank you very much. State, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Justin Fleck. Fleck, F-L-E-C-K.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sir, can you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Sure, my name is Justin Fleck, F-L-E-C-K.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fleck, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or more commonly known as the FBI.
How long have you been employed with the FBI, sir?
I've been with them about 17 years.
What is your current assignment with the FBI?
Currently, I'm the Deputy Special Agent in charge of the Miami's field office for the FBI.
And what are your duties in that role?
In that role, I run all programs that cut across the entire division: security, internal investigations, recruitment and screening, our SWAT team, evidence recovery team. There's a variety of different programs.
Prior to that role, did you work in a unit that had the acronym CAST, C-A-S-T?
Yes, sir.
So can you tell us, you said 17 years in the FBI. You started sort of the beginning, and you take us up through your career until you got into the CAST team.
Yes, sir. So I started the FBI. I left the sheriff's office. I was a deputy in Tampa. And when I left there, I came to the bureau, went to Quantico, Virginia, where I did my basic new agent training. Once I completed that, I was sent to the El Paso field office, Midland, Texas resident agency. I spent about 3 years out there. That's where I was first exposed to the cellular analysis survey team as it was getting off the ground as a new program. That was probably about 2008, I would say. From there, I transferred to the Miami field office, and when I arrived there, that's when I started working on the cellular analysis survey team as an agent. Started going through the training, basic training, It took about 18 months to 2 years to get through all of the training before I was fully certified. After serving for several years on the violent crime squad in Miami, I went to FBI headquarters. They brought me up there to help start the cellular analysis survey team unit. And there we built out a training curriculum. We provided instruction to new CAS team members. We met with the cellular providers, made sure we were staying up to date with the latest technology, cell phone records, and the proper interpretation of them. And then after 18 months in headquarters, I came back to the Miami division as a supervisory special agent, and I led the violent crime squad and was also still a member of the cellular analysis survey team for several years after that before promoting.
All right, so thank you for your history, and we're going to get into a little more detail in the CAS team, but could you generally tell members of the jury what the cellular analysis survey team did and why it was started?
Yes, sir. So the team started off when I first came on. Essentially, we were using cell phone records to locate people, whether they were wanted violent fugitives, whether they were kidnapped victims, and we were tracking them to recover them, whether it was children or adults. We became pretty good at it. We flew all over the country for high-profile cases, like the Boston bombing, other matters similar to that. And we used these techniques to locate people, and we're very successful. And in doing so, we realized that we could use these very same techniques with historical cell phone records to tell the general area of where people were located in relation to a crime.
So could you talk about that? So it sounds like you started by trying to find people in real time.
Yes.
Could you explain how you did that, please?
Yes, sir. So whether it's real time or historical, the concept is the same. Whenever you use your cell phone, it generates a record with the cell phone company. And in that record, it tells what cell tower the phone used to make a call or receive a call or a text message or sometimes even surfing the internet. And when it does that and it generates that record, we get that whether it's a matter of seconds later, or we can get that whether it's a matter of seconds later or days or years later from the cell phone company using legal process through the courts or an exigent circumstance. And when we get those records, we're able to plot out on a map where that cell tower is and even what side of that cell tower was used, which gives us a general idea geographically where the phone was located when a call was made.
So you talked about going to headquarters for 18 months and meeting with cell phone companies. Can you tell the members of the jury the specific training you received to understand how cellular phones work with their, I'll use the word towers or antenna, and how the records, and the training that you got about how to use the records to interpret that, please?
Yes, sir. Some of the training was indigenous of in ourselves for the amount of experience that we've had in sharing it with each other, transferring knowledge to new team members. But I think probably the most significant was from the cell phone companies themselves. So we would bring in cellular engineers from all the major providers at the time, which was AT&T, Verizon, Metro PCS, US Cellular, Sprint, T-Mobile. I'm probably forgetting some, but essentially all the cell providers at the time, because they all use a little bit different technologies, so we had to understand each one of those and how they work, and they all had unique ways of storing their data, so we had to make sure we were interpreting it properly.
Since developing or receiving that expertise and training, did you then go on to train other members of your unit as they joined in as the head of the unit?
Yes, sir.
And have you previously testified in a court of law regarding your cellular analysis and location of certain devices at certain times?
Yes, sir.
So can you tell us, based on that training and your experience, how a cell phone works within an antenna or tower?
Yes, sir. So cellular phones use radio frequency. So I think back to like my childhood when we would run around the yard and play with walkie-talkies. You know, you'd key up the radio and you would talk to your brother or sister. They would have the other radio, and you'd be talking line of sight from radio to radio, making a communication. cell phones are similar in that sense that they use radio frequency. However, instead of our cell phones talking directly from cell phone to cell phone, they talk through cell towers and cell networks. So when you're walking around with your cell phone, like right now, my phones are sitting here on the counter, they're constantly listening to the network, the cellular network in the area, and it's racking and stacking the towers and antennas that it hears. Whenever I go to make a call, it's going to reach out to the cell tower that it's hearing the loudest and the clearest, and it's going to connect that call. So when I make that call, it goes from my cell phone to the antennas in the cell tower, through the cellular network, and to whoever's cellular network that I'm calling, and it pages out to them, locates them in that geographic area that they're located near a tower, and then it'll connect the call with that tower. So in doing all of that, records are generated, and that's what we use in the cellular analysis survey team.
So every time a cell phone reaches out to a cell tower for a call, the cellular carriers have a record that's generated, right?
Yes, sir.
And those are the records that you review as a member of the CAF.
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit about how a specific cellular device, because it could be a phone or a tablet, is that fair?
It could be, yes, sir. Anything, even cars nowadays have, some cars have cellular devices embedded in them.
How does the device choose the antenna or tower? And actually, before we ask that question, we use the word tower. Does a cell antenna have to be on a traditional tower, or can it be somewhere else?
No, it could really be anywhere. I mean, the technology is constantly evolving, but historically they would be on towers, right? We'd see these large structures with antennas all over them. That's kind of the traditional cell tower that we're used to. Typically they'd have 3 sides to the tower, sometimes more, sometimes less. But 3 is the typical. But they can also be on the side of buildings. We've seen them in flagpoles. They get pretty creative depending on building codes on where they hide and disguise the antennas.
So now back to my original question, how does a device choose which antenna to use for a call or connection?
So it is a line of sight technology, and it's going to typically connect to the tower that's closest to it. Not always, but typically that's what we see.
What factors affect the number of cellular towers or antenna in a given area?
Good question. So usually it's a question of density of users. So radio frequency is it's limited, and the cell phone providers lease out a certain spectrum of RF or radio frequency that they can use, and they have to be. They try to fit as much as they can, as much data, as many users as they can on that limited amount of bandwidth. So they have a variety of ways they do that, very technical ways of doing it. But one simple way is to reduce the footprint of each cell tower so they can limit that number of users on each antenna or tower. So in a densely, like at downtown Orlando here, you may typically see more cell towers, antennas to try to reduce the footprint and reduce the number of users on each tower. And out in a more rural area, you might see less towers, usually up higher in the air, so it can broadcast in a wider area because there's not as many people using it.
Why is it important for cellular companies to limit the number of users using one given antenna at any one given moment?
Well, I just think it goes back to there's a limited amount of bandwidth, and they can only cram so many users, calls, especially nowadays with people basically surfing the internet on their phones constantly. It just gets very crowded, so they have to limit that.
What kind of data points, and I'm really referring now back to 2012, which is your work in this case.
Sure.
Back in 2012, what kind of data points were the cell phone companies reporting every single call was made?
Well, date and time of the call, duration, the calling parties, so who was calling who. And when I say who, I mean the cell phone number would be what was shown. It tells typically there's varying terms for this, but like a location area code. So a grouping of towers, think of it, a grouping of towers. And then within that grouping of towers, it will tell you a specific tower identifier of what specific tower was used. And then it even tells us the side of the tower that was used. So we're able to tell not just the location of the tower, but the direction from the tower the device was when it made or received the call.
So if you have the record saying that a call or some contact was made, how do you know where the actual cell towers are located?
So depending on the provider, some of the providers embed that data inside of the cell phone records, and others have two separate documents. So one, so basically just the listing of towers in an area, like the listing of towers here in this area, would come in a separate list that's available to all law enforcement, and they update it periodically. And that contains the address and then the longitude, latitude of where the tower is located, and the listing of all the sides or sectors of the tower, and the degree or direction that that antenna is pointed. So that's what we'll call the tower list, right? So that's readily available to all law enforcement upon request, and they update it periodically. The other set of records are the call detail records, which are more private and personal. These are our personal cell phone records, like me personally, although we don't see it as much nowadays. But back in the days, we would get your cell phone bill, right? And it would show date, time, phone call, and how many minutes you used. They used to count minutes on us, less so nowadays. But we can kind of reference that. It's the same data spreadsheet that you guys saw on your bill was the same data that I would see, with the addition of some extra columns that they would cut off from your bill, which would be what cell tower was used and what side of the tower. So I would use these two records. The one that I'm talking about with the more personal data was only obtainable through the courts, through legal process, or in some instances in an exigent circumstance, like those kidnapped victims that we would talk about, we would be able to get them more quickly. But you take these two sets of records and you put them together, right? You take that info from your personal records and match them up to that tower list, and that's how we're able to tell the tower and the side of the tower used for calls.
I'll just get a text now with our bill and it's paid and just move on.
Right.
May I approach the witness who lets me know this State's Exhibit 29?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 29, which is like, you recognize, you could flip through and then say, generally, are those the call detail records or call detail records that you've been referring to this morning?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, the phone number on the very first page, 407-221-7378, are those the Sprint cell phone records identified as the phone belonging to Bessman Okafor that were provided to you in this case?
Yes, sir, they are.
Information of public portions of State's Exhibit 29?
You may.
What we're going to do, Page Reflect, is I'm just going to put a random page on the screen and give you the laser pointer. This courtroom, you're going to have to turn back and forth.
Okay, no problem.
The green button on there, and we're just going to look at the records so that the jurors can see what it is that you see and how, we'll explain how you use these records to generate the map we're going to look at in a few moments. So it's kind of small. So we'll start from left to right. Can you tell us, some of them are going to be kind of self-explanatory, but can you tell us what each, those are columns, I believe, each column moving from left to right represents?
Yes, sir. So you have the calling and called number. These are the two parties involved in the call, right? The dialed digits. So these, sometimes it'll capture the actual digits that are dialed by the calling party, and then it's telling us here whether it's an incoming or outgoing call, the start date and start time of the call, and the end date and end time. And then it has the duration of the call in seconds.
Let me ask you this. When it says 0, why would a duration be 0?
The call may not have connected, may have went straight to voicemail. Phone may be off even. Could be a variety of reasons, but essentially there was not a call completed.
Okay. Sorry. Please proceed. You're at repull.
So repull is that location area code concept, right? It's a grouping of towers. So if I had the list, the cell tower list, I could look pretty quickly at like Repol 524 and tell you, okay, that's in the greater Orlando area, for example. And then first cell is the first cell tower that the phone connects to. And then last cell is the last cell tower that the call was connected to before it disconnected. So just know that like you can start a call, especially nowadays, right? When you're driving down the road, like the phone doesn't hang up and you have to make the call again when you connect to a new tower as you drive down the highway. It just continuously hands you off, and we don't know any of the different, right? But the cell records capture the first cell tower you connected to and the last one before the call ended. So, if you drove, for example, from here to Tampa and continuously made a call, which you could, right? It would capture that first cell tower here in the greater Orlando area, and then the last cell tower would be a tower in Tampa. It wouldn't show all the towers in between with Sprint anyways. And then embedded inside of this cell tower identifier, you can see, for example, this one right here, this leading digit here, the 1 tells me that it's the first or side number 1 of the cell tower. So I could go back to that tower list, look at Repol 559, Tower 27, Sector 1, and that would tell me not only where that tower was, but what side or sector of that tower was used to make that call.
So is there a standard Sector 1 faces a certain degree, or comprises a certain degree, Sector 2 comprises a certain degree? Does that work that way?
Yeah, generally, especially back in these days, most of the towers were set up either 3 or 6 sector towers. The 3 sector towers were typically broken up into the beam width of the antennas, because remember, they try to control that capacity, right? So they would try to make it around 120 degree directional energy coming out from that tower. So if you draw a line right down the middle, it would be about 60 degrees to either side, and that would be the general energy of that tower broadcasting out.
So does your role, or did your role in the CAS cases typically begin with someone providing you or you obtaining those records that we're looking at now?
Yes, yeah, either we would get them, in a historical sense, typically they were provided to us by an investigator or a detective with a local department, prosecutor, or in some instances, we would be seeking them ourselves if it was an FBI investigation.
So you received the records like the ones from Mr. Okafor. You have the cell towers, and you use the records and the towers to determine where the device was located at any given time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, how do you know that the records and the cell tower locations give you accurate locations? In other words, how do you know that this method works?
Well, we've used them so many times. I mean, thousands and thousands of times, and that's just the FBI. I know local police departments. We go around and train local police departments, homicide, robbery, even burglary teams. We train them on these techniques because they work. I mean, it's we know just from using them so often. I've personally have recovered kidnapped children. I've captured countless fugitives using these records. We use these records to go out and find folks, whether it's historical in a sense of a matter of minutes that I get the records, or sometimes I can just take several weeks or months worth of records, and we're all kind of, humans are creature of habit. I can use your past activity and what you typically do and predict the future of where you might go based on the past. Can use them in that sense, but all of them, to answer your question, boil down to going to a particular geographic area and looking for that phone based on the records. And we've just been so successful in doing it that we have very high confidence using these records.
So if I heard you correctly, you have personally used records nearly in real time where they said this was where a device was or a person with a device, and you found that person close to real time.
Yes, sir.
So, if I heard you correctly, you were in fact employed with the head of the CAST unit back in 2012, is that right?
I was a leader of one of the leaders of the CAST unit. Yes, sir.
And were you asked to review some call detail records involved in the investigation into the murder of Alex Zaldivar in Ocoee, Florida in September of 2012?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you eventually receive the call detail records for 5 different phones?
I did.
We've already shown you or talked about the records for Bessman Okafor, correct?
Yes.
Did you also receive the phone records identified with Godfrey?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive the records identified with Emmanuel Wallace?
I did.
Did you receive the phone records identified with a person named Sharia Gordon?
Yes,
And did you also receive the phone records identified with a person named Mesi?
I did.
And when you received those records, you were told the numbers that were associated with them, given the records. You never interviewed those people or anything like that. Is that fair?
That's correct.
All right. Did you also receive the specific tower lists associated with some of those cell phone records and numbers?
Yes, sir.
And when you received all of those, did you use them to try to locate the phones associated with those records on the early morning hours of September 10th of 2012?
I did.
How do you go, well, once you use the records, are you able to create a visual interpretation of the records?
Yes, sir.
Can you talk to the members of the jury about how you create that visual interpretation, and then we'll show it to them?
Absolutely. So back in these times, we were doing more of kind of a manual plotting where we would use pretty commonly used programs such as Excel, Microsoft Excel. We would get the records typically in that format, and then we would use a mapping software. At the time, I think we were using Microsoft Streets and Trips, and we would import the data through an Excel spreadsheet, parsing the data. Would import the cell tower list into the mapping software, which would drop points or dots on the map to indicate where the towers were located. And then we would use the cell phone records, reference the dots on the map, and then use the directional information to map out the general whereabouts where a phone was when it made or received a call.
Did you create a visual representation of the location of 4 of the 5 phones in this case?
Yes, sir.
Before I get behind you on the screen, the time that a specific call is made is down to the second. Is that right?
Yes, sir. It's hours, minutes, seconds.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit BM? It has been shown to the defense counsel. Mr. Fleck, I'm showing you State's Exhibit BM. It's a composite of multiple maps. Please take a moment and look at each page and just look up at me when you're finished.
Okay.
Is that the visual representation of the mapping you did for the phones in this case?
Yes, sir. It is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask the court to admit State's BM as the next number exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit
39,
39.
yes.
Do you have permission to publish State's Exhibit 39?
You may.
Mr. Fleck, we're not going to use the paper, we're going to use the computer. It's going to be the same deal, you're going to have to rotate in your seat.
Okay.
All right, so it's probably obvious, but if you could more specifically talk about the numbers and the colors and why we use them for the members of the jury would be important to do.
Yes, sir. So remember that this is displaying data that's contained in an Excel spreadsheet, right? So it's a lot of numbers. It's voluminous. This is an easier way to kind of digest it and understand that data is telling you. So we took each of these phone numbers. Again, these are the phone numbers, were the cell phone records that were provided to me. The names were provided to me by the investigators involved in the case, saying that they, through some investigation, had tied these phone numbers to these people. So I just took that data, I put it on here. I used color-coded it just so it's a little bit easier to understand and follow, because we're gonna be talking about 4 different phone numbers on these maps. So yellow is Bessman Okafor's, or the phone that I was told belonged to Bessman Okafor. It's a Sprint cell phone. Red is going to be a Metro PCS phone that I was told is associated with Donnell Godfrey. Blue is going to be a Sprint phone that I was told belonged to Emmanuel Wallace. And green is an AT&T phone that I was told belonged to Sharia Gordon.
Would you mind dimming the 2 lights closest to the screen? I'm sorry. Okay. Now publishing the second page of the exhibit. You probably know what this. Can you tell us why that's on there and what we're looking at?
Sure. So this isn't a tower involved in this case. It's just there for demonstrative purposes to show you guys kind of that cell tower that we're talking about, traditional cell tower. You can see here, so they'll pack all sorts of antennas on here. There could be multiple cell phone companies' antennas on here. A lot of times the cell towers themselves aren't even owned by the phone companies. They're owned by third-party companies that lease out space on their towers. So all these antennas here, the triangle gives you that concept of that 3-sector tower. You can kind of almost physically see what I'm talking about. Those antennas are pointed off in the direction that we're told. And you can see the antennas. You can even see here how some of these are tilted down towards the earth, right? So that's called down tilt, where they're pointing the antenna down towards the earth. Again, trying to control the distance and the amount of coverage that antenna will have to decrease the capacity, right? They don't want to overshoot other towers. Usually use the reference of, like, if you're setting up a sprinkler system in your yard, you don't want the sprinklers spraying all over each other. You're going to have a flooded yard and you'll waste water. In the same sense, you don't want the sprinkler system that doesn't overlap at all, because you're going to have dead spots or brown spots. So you want just a nice little degree of overlap between your sprinklers, and the cell towers are very similar. There will be overlap between the towers, but this just gives you a good visual reference of what we're talking about.
I want to go back one moment, because Nestle Cicerone's name and phone number is not in that list. Even though you said, I think, that you received this record, is that right?
Right.
Can you tell us why Nestle Cicerone's phone is not included on the map?
If I remember correctly, I believe there was no data for the time period that we were looking at.
The records for Nestle Cicerone, in other words, had no phone calls indicating the phone was used during this time.
Correct.
Thank you. Publishing now, title slide is 3 for Mr. Okafor. And could you just generally orient us as to what we're looking at in this first map?
Sure. So this is a map shot here of the, I believe this is the greater Ocoee area. You can see here, this is the location where the little yellow star crime scene call-out box there. I was told that's the location of the crime scene mapped out. And then you can see on here all of the blue dots throughout this page. All the blue dots in this are all of the Sprint, at the time Sprint and Nextel. This is, back in those days. So Sprint Nextel was the name of the company. These are all the Sprint Nextel towers in the greater Ocoee area, in the area of the crime scene that we're going to look at.
I need to make sure I scroll down every time. Okay, so now we're looking at page 5. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So here we're looking at the usage of the phone number that I was told was associated with Bessman Okafor on September the 10th, 2012, from a time period of 3:52 a.m. to 5:36 a.m. So what I'm doing here is I'm just kind of circling the tower. We're not doing sector analysis at this time, right? The side of the tower. We're just talking about, like, kind of a macro look at the usage of the tower itself. So 3:52 a.m. Okafor's cell phone made an outgoing call to Gordon utilizing this tower, which is in close proximity to Gordon's residence. And then We got a couple other locations here. We have Okafor's residence. Again, that was told to me by the investigators. The location that's indicated on the map by the yellow triangle. The white triangle is, I was told, is Cicerone's residence. And then the crime scene over here again. And a Marathon gas station I was told was important or relevant to this case, mapped out in the orange triangle. All right, so 3:52 a.m., the phone made an outgoing call using that tower. By 4:44 a.m., the phone had moved and is now utilizing this tower over here by the Marathon gas station at 4:44 a.m. with an outgoing call to Wallace. And then from 5:05 to 5:36 a.m., the phone utilized this tower here off White Road in relative close proximity to the crime scene between 5:05 to 5:36 a.m. And it was a incoming and outgoing calls with 5 of them with Gordon and 3 of them with Wallace.
I'm just going to make that a little bit bigger for a moment. So in the 31-minute span between 5:05 and 5:36, Mr. Okafor's phone had incoming, outgoing calls, 5 of them with Sharia Gordon's phone,
Correct.
and 3 back and forth between his phone and that of Mr. Wallace.
Correct.
Publishing page 6 now. Tell us what we're looking at and why you mapped out this particular image.
So obviously, being told where the crime scene was and around when this crime may have occurred, this looks pretty significant, right? The usage nearby the crime scene. So I wanted to do a sector analysis of that, right? So we were looking at that macro. Now we're going to dive into what side of the tower was used. So we know it's Sprint Repole 559, right? So that's this big grouping of towers, specifically tower number 89 right here. And then we're looking at sector 3 of the tower, or the third side of that tower, right? So sector 1 would be pointing to the north, sector 2 would be pointing over here to the southeast, and sector 3 points to the southwest. This is an estimated coverage area, so that yellow shaded area is not an indicator of the phone had to have been located inside that. Radio frequencies doesn't really work like that. It just it goes out in this direction is the reference point, right? So it's going out in this direction, and which obviously encompasses an area to include the crime scene.
Agent Fleck, how do you determine how far out from a tower to make that estimated shaded area?
So at the time, drive testing wasn't as common, where we would go out and ideally you would go out in close proximity to when the time a crime occurred. So if I found out a murder happened last week and I got these records in quick order in today's day and age, I would go out with equipment and actually collect radio frequency from these towers and sectors that we're interested in, so I could map out a more realistic look of what that coverage area would look like for that tower. Similar to the way radio frequency engineers go out and then they test networks and they check for coverage to make sure they don't have overshooting or issues with the network. But that didn't happen in this case. That we didn't have that technology available to me at the time. It was kind of a new and evolving technology, and you can't go back and test it today for what it was in 2012. It just doesn't. It wouldn't look anything like it did back then, right? So we're left with estimating coverage, which that's what this is. This is what I would typically use this kind of methodology if I was going out and doing looking for fugitives or kidnapped victims, right? So that gives me a general search area that I'm going to go out. I'm going to send my teams to set up in that area to look for this individual. So that's what we have to deal with here. That's the estimated coverage area. It's an estimate. I use it estimated based on the opposing tower. So this tower over here would be the opposing tower to this tower. They're going to have radio frequency. Remember we talked about that overlap of the coverage? There's going to be overlap, so I kind of accounted for a degree of overlap between those two towers. But again, it's an estimate. Like, the phone could be outside of this yellow area. This is just to give you an indicator of the direction the radio frequency is broadcasting out.
Now publishing page 7 of the exhibit.
So here we're looking at the phone utilized a couple different towers and sectors, so I wanted to take a look at that. We're looking at the same repo here, 559, towers 89, sector 2, and tower 189, sector 3, right? So here's 89, sector 2, and here's 189, sector 3. From 5:26 to 5:31 a.m., there were incoming and outgoing calls with Gordon, and 5:36 a.m., two calls with Wallace. All were utilizing this tower and sector here. And at 5:34 a.m., there was an outgoing call with Gordon utilizing this tower and sector here. You can see there's a degree of overlap there. The phone may or may not have moved during that time. It's hard to say because these two areas are overlapping. It could just be the phone bouncing between the two towers.
Going back one slide, so at 5:05 and 5:25, the cell phone records from Mr. Okafor's device indicated it was using a different sector that covered the crime scene.
Correct.
And then starting at 5:26 and going on to 5:36, it was using towers and sectors that were east and then eventually, I guess, northeast of the crime scene.
Yes, correct.
Would that also be consistent with movement northeast from the crime scene of the device?
It could be. Yeah, absolutely.
Publishing page 8 of the exhibit.
So this map, again, it's consistent with what you were just referencing. So now at 5:51 a.m., the phone is now utilizing a tower further east, and it's pointing south from this tower location. So repole 559, tower 149 being this tower, and then sector 2 it points due south. So now the phone's utilizing this in the area of Okafor and Cicerone's residences.
Publish now page 9 of the exhibit, which is the phone number of Dr. Godfrey, indicating we're going to go to Mr. Godfrey's records.
Correct.
Sort of, it's the same layout. Can you tell us what the red circles represent on page 10?
This is a different cellular provider, being Metro PCS. They use a little bit different methodology and the placement of their towers at the time. So all these red circles are going to represent Metro PCS cellular towers in the area. Same area we're looking at. You can tell there's a lot more red dots than there were on the Sprint Nextel. So like I said, Metro PCS at the time used a little bit different methodology. They used smaller coverage areas but spread out more antennas among wider areas.
Now publishing page 11. Tell us what we're looking at here, sir.
So we're mapping out the usage. This is that macro tower, not sector analysis, macro usage of Godfrey's cellular phone on September the 10th, 2012. So starting at, I believe, 1:07 a.m. is the first call, the outgoing call to Wallace utilizing this tower here. And then the next call is this one up here at 1:34 a.m., an outgoing call to Wallace utilizing this tower. 2:33 to 4:19 a.m., there's outgoing and incoming calls with Wallace, 5 of them utilizing this tower here, which is in close proximity to this address here, I was told was relevant also, 1446 Mercy Drive. And then after that, the next call is all the way over here at 5:19 a.m. In the area of the expressways over here to the left, south west of the crime scene.
Now publishing page 12 of the exhibit.
So this is showing the usage of the phone, Metro PCS phone, that lack or repole or grouping of towers here for Metro PCS. They call it Jacksonville, which is a little confusing because we're looking at the Ocoee area, but they look at it kind of a wide view, and they group all this area at the time into the list known as Jacksonville, so don't let that throw you off. Tower 475 is this particular tower right here, and then Sector 2. And you can tell the coverage area on this tower is notably smaller than others, right? The others were about 120 degree. Metro PCS at the time was using a lot of 6-sector towers. So instead of having it broadcast out in a roughly 120 degree area, they tried to compress it down into a 60 degree area. So, so that's why this sector looks a little bit smaller here.
Now we're going to the record of Emmanuel Wallace in blue. Again, it looks like you did not go through the record of the towers again, because we did those in this over. All right, same area?
Correct.
All right, so tell us what we're looking at on page 14 of the exhibit.
So here we're looking at the cell phone usage from on the date in question, September the 10th, 2012, between 12:22 a.m. and 4:14 a.m. So you can see usage of the tower here close to Mercy Drive. There's a couple towers here, but one of the towers close to Mercy Drive, 12:22 to 12:24, 102, and utilizing this tower here, outgoing and incoming calls with Okafor and Godfrey. 5 calls with Godfrey, 1 with Okafor. And then there's, it kind of bounces up to this tower up here.
I'm going to make it a little bigger because
Sure.
some folks explain.
So you can see, like during this time, it's kind of between these 2 towers here, 1244, 113, 129, outgoing, incoming calls with Godfrey. And then 2:42 to 2:44 a.m. There's also a call here at 2:28 a.m., outgoing call with Godfrey. They're all kind of bouncing between these towers here. And then 4:14 a.m., there's an outgoing call with Godfrey utilizing this other tower, which is closer to Mercy Drive.
Now we're looking at page 15 with use of Wallace's phone.
So on this map, we're showing Wallace's phone between 4:44 a.m. and 5:31 a.m. 4:44 a.m. utilizing this tower here, an incoming call with Okafor. Then the phone moves over to this tower closer over to the crime scene. 5:05 to 5:05 a.m., 5:26 a.m. an incoming and an outgoing call with Okafor. And then by 5:31 a.m., the phone is back over here on this other tower to the east, outgoing call with Okafor.
Page 16 of the exhibit.
So obviously that's a time that we're interested in. It's using that tower close to the crime scene, so we really want to kind of dive in deep and understand what's going on there. So we look at this call at 5:05 a.m., that outgoing call with Okafor. We look through the sector analysis of Tower 89, Repole 559, Sector 3, which is this tower here. Got this estimated coverage area or directional of the coverage area, shaded blue, which includes the area of includes the area of the crime scene.
On page 17, we're now going to look at Rear Gordon's records, AT&T. Again, these are page 18 now, the cell towers associated with AT&T.
Yes, sir.
Looking at page 19, Ms. Gordon's cellular use, could you talk about that?
So looking at Gordon's records here with the AT&T towers mapped, starting off on the September the 10th, 2012, this time in question, or the evening into the morning, 12:56 to 3:52 a.m. There's incoming and cut off on the bottom there, but there you go. Incoming and outgoing calls with Okafor, 7 of them, utilizing this tower here in close proximity to Gordon's residence. Then after that, let's see, the next call is over here at 5:26 a.m. Incoming call with Okafor, this tower in close proximity or relative close proximity to the crime scene. And then 5:28 to 5:36 a.m., the phone's utilizing this other tower, more incoming, outgoing calls with Okafor, 4 of them. And then by 5:42 to 6:21 a.m., the phone moved further to the east, utilizing this tower here, another outgoing call during that time with Okafor.
would that mapping be consistent with Ms. Gordon's cellular device starting at 5:26 a.m., moving in a west to east northeast direction?
Yes.
And map or page number 20, what are we looking at here?
So we're going to do, obviously, the usage of that tower close by the crime scene again around that time that we're really interested in. So we're going to dive in deep and do that sector analysis of, so AT&T, they all call it something different. They call it a LAC, location area code, 27204. That's the grouping of towers. Specific tower 20181, here it is. And the sector that we're looking at of the tower pointing due north. It's got the shaded area, just an example of the directional of the energy, not the specific coverage area, but that area would include the crime scene.
Publishing page 21. Is this an indicator of where all four devices were located at around 5 a.m.?
Yes.
The next map, I should say.
Yes, sir.
Right? Can you walk us through this and relatively explanatory, but if you could talk about it in one moment.
Yes, sir. So there's a lot going on here because we got a lot of data on one map, but obviously in doing the analysis of all the phones, it was pretty clear that there was an overlap that we should look at and consider. So we've got now all the cell towers on the map, so a lot of dots going on, a lot of different cell providers that we looked at. But if you overlap all the information, I thought it was important to demonstrate, right? So we have Okafor's phone here in yellow, Wallace's phone, they use the same cell provider, so they're using the exact same tower and even sector pointing in the direction of the crime scene. You've got Gordon's phone, which is a different provider, so it's utilizing a different tower, different sector, but it's also pointing in the area of the crime scene. And you have Godfrey's phone, also using a different provider, so it's using a different tower, different sector, but it's pointing off in the direction towards the crime scene as well. So all these phones in the time period, that early 5 a.m. to 5:25, 5:26 a.m., they're all in the same general vicinity, including the area of the crime scene.
Now, going back to one of the earliest maps, you had placed Miss Gordon's residence on one of the first maps. You remember doing that?
Yes.
You also placed Mr. Okafor's residence on one of the maps, right?
Yes, sir.
You also placed Mr. Cicero's residence on one of the maps, correct?
Yes.
They were all well east of the crime scene itself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does this map indicate that between 5:05 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phones of Okafor, Wallace, Godfrey, and Gordon were all in connection with each other and all in an area consistent with being at the crime scene?
Yes, sir. I think that's fair to say.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Fleck.
Sir.
Cross-examination. All right. May this witness be excused.
Thank you, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to do some things with to prepare for a video witness at this point. So rather than keep you in here while AV comes in and makes any changes they need to, I'm going to give you a break. This will be a 10-minute recess. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not watch or read any news reports about this case, and do not do any independent research about this case or this subject while you're away from us. And I will hopefully bring you back in about 10 minutes. All right. Your witness is going to be calling in at 10.
That's my understanding. Ms. McManus's witness.
All right, Ms. McManus, he or she's going to be calling in at 10? Yes, Your Honor. All right, I'm going to get AV out here to make sure everything goes okay. All right, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Would you like me to call them or you're emailing?
I'm emailing.
Okay.
It wouldn't hurt to call.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to my office and we can stir things up from there.
Awesome.
Should I log in?
Hi, this is Telephone from 19A. We have a video witness for the trial that we're in, and someone from
Oh, I can
ACU was
play it.
supposed to come up with the WebEx setup for Judge Money.
Oh, that's not good.
Yes.
Says service not available on the link. Maybe it's coming.
I'm on the phone with them now.
She's not having service. There's no service available.
And then the state also is not having service on her laptop.
Whatever it is.
Huh? Ed Michael. This isn't.
Normally they
Never
have,
seen them before, they're not.
yeah, normally they have like
SRT.
yeah.
No, I was wondering if they were SRTs, but usually you said SRT.
Yes, I'm there. Okay. Jamie, they're heading up here now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
But it's not connecting here.
You should see this stuff on the calendar, and it should match those days. So you can fix it, and then you'll,
See, it's still trying to connect. I'm worried. I wonder if I can connect from my cell phone.
That would pay good money to watch you do that. Take a testimony from your cell phone.
Oh.
Adrian? Adrian.
Adrian? Yes. I can't even connect. What'd you do? Oh. You know what, Ryan? Okay. Is there anyone waiting?
So then the question is, how do you connect to the cameras and stuff?
Well, I thought you said I don't need to show him. Just talk about it.
No, you don't. I'm just making sure he'll be on the screen. He'll be able to see.
Oh, he's gonna be on my computer. Yeah, I don't.
nothing happened this time, that's the one.
Because that camera in the top left, that's what he's going to see. That's a camera on the top left, in case you didn't know.
Okay.
So when people...
I don't like it.
What?
I don't like your attitude.
My attitude. this every day for like 4 years. And the worst part is I invited it on myself. I'm begging her to come
Yeah,
work with me.
remember that.
Believe me, every day I remember.
That's all. I forgot the bill.
Oh, last time, I don't know.
We should admit
Okay.
it. Definitely. It's
we have-
marked. It's AB over there. I mean, I know I'm getting
Is
it.
it defense?
No, it's we didn't do it at trial.
Oh, and we didn't admit it last time?
I don't know. I was asking. I don't remember if we did or not. I don't know if
Oh, yeah.
I would think it would. Now that I say that.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it. Do your thing.
it does, I mean, there's something. It came in as 38 last time. It's not.
And they came,
Michael.
Saturday.
Yeah.
And of course, now there's get a chance to look at county pictures and look. Okay? Well, yeah. I probably think somebody.
I have it. Yes, it's coming in right now.
Anything else on the county you asked for?
I want to know if he's on here. Yes, please.
Hey, everybody.
Yes, I wouldn't know since I know.
It says it's on you.
Okay, just tell him we're waiting on the judge. Oh, and I think I need to.
It's coming.
Where's, his name is Adrian.
Adrian.
Adrian, can you make sure I'm muted and all that on my computer?
Yeah, you already set it for you to be.
So you don't think any,
Yeah, you should be fine.
it says stop video.
He's on the other line. I understand, okay. No, I understand. We'll just wing it whenever the jury's sitting here. Why is she convinced I don't like her?
Listening to the conversation.
I showed a great deal of restraint. Would you not agree?
Nevertheless, came across as direct. I'm not judging you. I don't think it was inappropriate in the responses she was giving. I'm just not surprised at what you're saying. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't. I know, you told me. But I was on the phone with her. That's what Ryan's saying.
That's an accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, Martin Luther King, youngest son died Monday. Martin Luther King's youngest son died Monday. Prostate cancer.
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah, it is. He was only 62. That's young.
He's outside.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the oldest son, I guess. That's the only interesting thing as of right now. Yeah, he does.
One witness. You have everything you need? No, he's like 2 witnesses away from a lot. All right. How are you?
Come on, Shannon.
What is the name of your witness?
And Michael.
All right, it's here. I have it, Jamie.
That's me, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. You want to be let in? Yes, I guess because you want to share, right?
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor, I need to be let in.
You will want to mute yourself.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe I am muted.
And you reset the codec so that you can they can. Is this the only video witness for this trial?
There is one more potential rebuttal witness, but only one more.
Mr. Michael, could you unmute your device and let's make sure we can hear you? Could you tell me your name?
Yeah, hi, good morning, Your Honor.
Tell me your name.
Edward Michael.
Thank you. Yeah. Let me, I'll start the video that way. Communicate with him. Your audio is coming through a little scratchy, so we're trying to.
Sorry about that. I tend to be a little loud too, so I don't know if you need to adjust. your name once again for me, please?
Yeah, no worries. Edward Michael. Is that better?
It is. I think this courtroom has original speakers and they're over 25 years old.
Yeah, they probably predate a lot of people.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor. Just for the record, defense had earlier stipulated that our evidence could come in without needing to go through the predicates. For this witness, because he is virtual, I will take defense up on that offer and just admit items, 4 items I'm going to admit, and then discuss them because I won't be able to.
All right, very good. Okay, can we bring the jury back in?
What items are they?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're going to identify those items and give them to the clerk as you move them in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Very well, the record should reflect that counsel for each party is present, as is the defendant, as he has been throughout. Let's bring the jury back in. You're welcome. Thank you for your help.
Yeah, you can, since you're close.
I think we do need to make, I think we need to change the screen. I do not have the white remote. Yes. And state your next witness is?
At this time, state calls Ed Michael, who will be appearing virtually.
All right. Can you get him up on the screen for me? I do not have the white remote.
It's at the podium.
All right, great. Here we go. That was great, thank you. Mr. Michael, could you raise your right hand to be sworn, please, sir? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Edward Michael, Michael.
Thank you. State, you may inquire, and if everyone could speak slowly, the audio's not great, so it would probably help everyone if everybody spoke slowly as opposed to quickly. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Can you tell me where
Good morning.
Can you tell me where you were employed in 2012?
In 2012, I was a detective with the Orlando Police Department.
And how long in total were you with the Orlando Police Department?
In 2012, it was 11 years. I retired after 20 years in 2021.
Yes, sir. And what is your current position, or what do you do now?
I'm currently a consulting director with Palo Alto Networks, Unit 42, which is the digital forensic and incident response arm of that company.
When you were with OPD, what was your job title in 2012?
Detective, and I was assigned to the technology and forensics unit.
And what did you do in the technology
We processed anything, think of anything that was digital evidence except video. So cell phones, computers, portable media, anything that had ones and zeros on it, we processed for evidence and it collected it as well.
In your current employment, are you doing the same type of duties?
Yes, much more broader scale. I lead a team, a third of a team of 250 people globally that respond to network intrusion incidents.
In total, how long have you been working in the field of digital forensic investigations?
14 years.
And did you receive any training in this line of work?
Yes. So total throughout the 20 years in law enforcement, I personally received over 1,000 hours of training, whether it be hands-on training or classroom training. I have a bachelor's and a master's in information security. I also, starting in 2015, was a consultant, a contractor for a third-party company. Through them, I conducted training. Other people knew and eventually advanced to digital forensics field. I did that for 6 years till I retired. In that role, in addition to my detective role at OPD, that was my side gig, so to speak. I eventually became a part-time consultant for that company and provided expert guidance on digital forensic matters globally.
And have you ever provided instruction or taught in this topic?
Yes.
And how often or how many times have you done that?
I've taught probably in excess of 900 or 1,000 students globally. I've taught and developed material for the U.S. Secret Service, for the FBI Cybercrime Task Force. I developed part of the digital forensic collection program for U.S. Customs Service New Zealand, and taught globally or consulted in a total of 30 countries.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in digital forensics investigations?
Yes.
And have you offered expert opinion testimony in this field?
Yes.
How many times?
In excess of 30 times. I've testified for the state of Florida, for the U.S. government, for the state of Nebraska, state of New Jersey, state of New York, and state of Minnesota.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would ask that this witness be permitted to offer opinion testimony in the field of digital forensic investigation.
The witness will be permitted to render his opinion in those areas.
Sir, as part of your responsibilities, have you worked with a program known as Cellbrite?
Yes.
And can you tell us what is Cellbrite?
So Cellbrite is software that collects data from, at the time, it collected data from mobile phones and tablets and processed that data and presented it to us in a format where we could conduct searches and do more detailed analysis, and then enabled us to translate that into a simple report that could be read and presented.
When you say data, are you referring to the content that would be on someone's phone, such as contacts, emails, things like that?
Yes.
And how many times have you used Cellbrite to extract data from cell phones?
I mean, well over probably 3,000 times. Cellbrite was also the company that I contracted for as a consultant from 2015 to 2021. So I'm quite familiar, both as a user and with more deeper underlying technology, the software itself and its usage.
Now, directing your attention to this case, were you involved in the investigation of the murder of Alex Zaldivar, 503 San Bernardino in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to participate in the execution of a search warrant of the home located at 1241 St. James Road on September 11th, 2012?
Yes, I did.
What was the scope of your responsibility during that search?
So from the search warrant, we were to collect and process all the digital items. So think about phones, computers, tablets, anything that was electronic that was in the house at the time we executed the warrant.
And during the execution of this warrant, did you find any electronic items of evidentiary value?
Yes, we collected 5 cell phones and 1 laptop computer.
Can you briefly?
Well, we collected more than that, but we processed 5 cell phones and 1 laptop computer.
Can you briefly describe what you did to process the phones that you recovered?
So at the scene, we have a crime scene person photograph it where it is, and from there, the device is put into airplane mode. By now, everybody should be familiar with airplane mode, but just to remind you, it turns off all the radios on the phone, so no cellular, no Wi-Fi, no Bluetooth communication. From there, we transport them back to the lab. Once they're at the lab, we have a few processes we do to verify and validate what we're seeing on the screen. So one of the items is to make sure that the date and time on the phone matches the current date and time. We compare that and photograph that as well to show that it was current, and all 5 of these devices it was. The next thing we do is we use various technology. In this case, it was Celebrite to extract data from the phone.
Can you tell us the different types of data that would be extracted from the phone?
Yes. So if you look at your phone and you think about the things you keep in there, pictures, contacts, videos, text messages, phone calls, there's an underlying operating system that stores all that data. The type of extraction we did on each device was the most thorough and the most invasive extraction you could get. So it doesn't just get those items, it gets the underlying data that makes those items up. It's referred to, at the time, it was referred to as a physical extraction, and it pulls every piece of information from that phone, every bit of memory that's available.
Now, during your analysis of the phones recovered in this case, did you come to believe one of the phones belonged to the defendant, Bessman Okafor?
Yes.
And which phone was that?
I'll identify it by the phone number,
Okay.
407 221 7378.
At this time, by stipulation of the parties, state seeks to admit what was marked for identification as AC as the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection? It will be admitted at State's Exhibit 40.
Yes.
Mr. Michael, I just admitted State's Exhibit 40, which is the cell phone that we were talking about, the phone number you just described. Can you describe or explain what made you believe that this phone belonged to Bessman Okafor?
Having access to all the data that was stored in the phone, we checked various things. Really, the start of those is going to be social media accounts. There were several chat applications in addition to Facebook that was signed in with an email address that was related back to the defendant. In this case, the email address was Bessman Okafor at AOL.com. In addition, we located voicemails that were stored on the phone that I believe one was from there was 2, and I don't remember the second one, but they both addressed Mr. Okafor by name. They were either looking for Bessman or Mr. Okafor. I believe one was a doctor's appointment for a follow-up. In addition, there were numerous selfie-styled photographs on there taken with that phone. So there were no other selfies on there that we recovered that were taken with that phone that reflected anybody else.
record, when you say selfie photograph, are you referring to a picture that a person would take of themselves using their phone?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whether the phone's internal memory retained an accurate date and time?
It did, yes. And we had that photographed as part of the original processing.
Now, the phone that was just admitted that you were able to link to the defendant, is this a phone that can access the internet?
Yes.
And obviously it can take pictures.
Yes.
Now, were you able to determine the location of the phone at the time the applications were being used?
In particular, Facebook, yes,
Right.
at the time.
And was the location data consistent with the defendant living or being at home at 1241 St. James when using
Yes.
this application?
Yes.
Now, did you attempt to recover text messages from this phone?
Yes.
And were you able to recover any?
Yes.
Now, how much text message history did you see when you reviewed the logical report for calls and text messages on the defendant's phone?
So going back to the terminology, the logical report would be data that you can see with your phone. So for the members of the jury and the court, if you look at your phone right now and you see 10 messages in there, then the logical report would reflect those 10 messages. If you delete 5 of them, then the logical report would only show the 5 that are current in your phone. When we reviewed the logical data that was visible to the user in the phone the night of the extraction, there was only a handful of messages in there. I believe there was only 2, and they related to the police being nearby. It was right before the search warrant was executed in the evening of the 11th of September 11th in 2012.
Can you tell us what is meant by allocated message?
Yeah, so allocated means it's visible to the user. Allocated means it's in memory, meaning it's there, it can be seen.
And so your testimony then is that there was just 1 or 2 allocated messages when you first reviewed the phone?
Yes.
Was it suspicious to you that you only found that 1 or 2 messages?
Yes, there was phone activity that went back at least a year. I mean, think about, phone calls that went back and internet activity, other items, photographs that were shown the phone had, normal phone usage. You would expect it was used every day, multiple times per day. But the fact that there was only 2 text messages that occurred on the date the search warrant was executed in that evening led us to believe that there were all the previous text messages had been deleted.
Were you able to recover or confirm that there were deleted text messages?
Yes, so there was actually 2, I guess I'll use the word rounds, it's not really a scientific term for it, but there was 2 sets of deletions. There was the majority of the deletion of the text messages that occurred shortly after the homicide. And then there was some message traffic during the day, and those messages were deleted too. So if you were to work backwards, you have the 2 messages on the phone, 2-ish messages that were on the phone when we executed the search warrant, a few messages back previously during the day that were deleted, and then at some point during that day, all the other messages were deleted from the phone.
And were you able to determine, I know you talked about right before the search warrant was executed, but were you able to determine the time of day when all of these messages got deleted?
Yes. Well, yeah, based upon the last message, and if I can refer to my report here, I'll see if I can find that particular time.
Would referring to your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the witness refer to his report?
You may.
Thank you. I believe, well, not I believe. So from my report, September 10th, 2012, at 1:19 in the afternoon, Eastern time, local time appeared to be when that first set of deletions occurred.
How many deleted text messages did you recover?
Thousands.
Does 11,000 sound accurate?
That sounds right, yes.
While examining the defendant's phone, did you find a contact by the name of Dorey, D-O-R-E-Y?
Yes.
And what was the phone number associated with the contact entry Dorey?
A Dorian reference phone number was 407-616-4234.
Now, were there text messages between the defendant's phone and the contact Dorey on August 24th, 2012?
Yes.
Were these among the deleted text messages that you ended up recovering?
Yes.
Now, was a summary created of these particular messages?
Yes.
At this time, by stipulation of the parties, state seeks to admit states A.D. for identification, a summary of the text messages between Bessman Okafor and Dorey on August 24th, 2012, as the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection? It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 41.
And Your Honor, permission to publish these exhibits once the witness is finished giving testimony so that I can use the overhead.
You may.
Now, while examining the defendant's phone, did you also find a contact by the name of Twon, T-W-O-N?
Yes.
And what was the phone number associated with the contact known as Twon, T-W-O-N?
So there were several rounds of reports that were done for this, and Twan's phone number, I don't believe, ended up in here. Oh, no, never mind, it did. I apologize. The phone number associated with Twan was 407-758-5154.
And were there text messages between the defendant's phone and the contact Twon on September 9th and September 10th, 2012?
Yes.
And these were among the deleted text messages that had been recovered?
Yes.
And was a summary also created of these text messages?
Yes.
At this time, state seeks to admit what's been marked for identification as states AE, a summary of the text messages between Bessman Okafor's phone and Twan's phone on September 9th, 2012 and September 10th, 2012 is the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection? Then it will be State's 42.
I want to shift focus a little bit and talk about MAC addresses. Are you familiar with what is known as a MAC address?
Yes.
And what does MAC stand for?
MAC, M-A-C, is an abbreviation for Media Access Control.
And what is that? What is a MAC address?
So everything that has a radio that transmits data, that has a potential to have network connectivity. So think about your cell phone because it gets on the internet, Bluetooth, things like AirPods, wireless headphones, speakers. Everything has a unique address assigned to it. That's what a MAC address is. That's that unique address.
So if I have a router in my house, does my router have a MAC address?
Yes.
And if I have a personal computer in my house, would that also have a MAC address?
The network card in the computer does, yes.
Basically, most of our electronics have MAC addresses.
Almost everything does these days, yeah. Be hard pressed to find something that doesn't.
Was it common in 2012 to find that people had wireless routers in their homes?
Yes.
So I don't know if you've explained this already, but how does a MAC address interact with a phone, a cell phone, for example?
Yeah. Let me just clarify the question. How the phone interacts with the router, or?
Yes. How does the phone interact with the router, and how would a MAC address be related to that?
Okay. So your MAC address from your cellular device, in this case a phone, gets seen by the router. In this case, the router has its own MAC address as well, and that's it. Not overly technical explanation, of course, but that's how they associate with each other. That's how they identify to each other at the hardware level. So your MAC address on your phone identifies it as a piece of hardware. The router in your house, your wireless router, has a MAC address. That's that hardware identification that it sees. Your phone registers with that router, and back at the time, it's done a little differently today. So this was back in 2012 up to about 2015. The way the technology worked was your phone would store that router's MAC address in it. And just to give you a more practical example that everybody sees every day, when you go home and your phone jumps right on Wi-Fi, it's because your phone has your home router's MAC address stored in it. It knows that I'm, quote, home or at work or in your car even, wherever you have that MAC address saved, wherever you're regularly at, it saves that address so it can hook up to it without you having to go and do it manually every day.
What is the difference, if any, between a phone seeing a device with a MAC address versus the phone connecting with that device?
So this is where the technology has significantly changed for privacy reasons through the years. Your phone sees these MAC addresses as you're driving around, this is again back in 2012, as you're going through stores, as you're driving through neighborhoods, as you're with friends, it actually sees, and at the time, some phones recorded the list of MAC addresses that it saw. When it connects to it, that means it's making that connection to use things like the internet connectivity. So seeing would just be, I'm near, so right now I'm in a hotel and my phone would see other MAC addresses that are around, but I'm not connecting to them.
For the cell phones in 2012 that could interact with devices that had a MAC address, did those cell phones keep a running log of the MAC addresses it saw or observed?
Some did, yes. And in particular, the particular make and model of the cell phone here at the time did.
And so let's talk specifically about the phone attributed to the defendant in this case. Did that cell phone keep an infinite log of the MAC addresses it came into contact with?
So it was not infinite. It kept a running, there was a file with a list of the last 10 most recent MAC addresses it saw, and it used, the technical term would be first in, first out, meaning as new MAC addresses were seen, older ones would, time out or roll off the device. It wasn't meant to be an infinite list of devices, of MAC addresses.
And so this phone, the defendant's phone, was capable of observing MAC addresses it came into contact with, but it would only store the last 10 that it came into contact with. Is that accurate?
Yes, and I have to correct the number 10. I believe in this phone it was 20 at the time.
20, okay.
Not 10. Just, yeah.
Still a limited number.
Yes.
And is this information the MAC addresses, the last 20 MAC addresses this phone came into contact with, is that information you were able to retrieve with the Cellbrite report?
Yes.
And were you able to identify on the defendant's phone the MAC addresses which his phone came into contact with?
Yes.
Now, did you find a log of MAC addresses, or in the log of MAC addresses that you found, were there any associated with the crime scene?
Yes.
And can you tell us more about, well, what is a fluke? F-L-U-K.
So, yeah. So a fluke it is a manufacturer of a device that deals specifically with wireless networks. In this case, it's a handheld device about the size of about twice the size of a cell phone these days. It allows you to capture and collect all MAC addresses that it sees, whether it connects to them or not. So think about it's just basically a very expensive, sophisticated antenna that captures all this information about wireless MAC addresses and data that it sees and then stores it.
And did you use a fluke during the investigation in this case?
Yes.
And can you tell us how you used it and where you used it?
So on a later date, one of the other detectives in the lab, Detective Whittier, and I went out to the scene, and we used the fluke to retrace the steps the defendant made. And when I say steps, the route we were given that the defendant took the morning of the homicide. We were provided that information and then followed that same route, collecting. So I'll use the term snapshots because that's what it is. But basically, they're points in time where the wireless data was collected. We started in the house itself where there was a wireless router that we located. We collected it, and then we went through the neighborhood and collected various points along the way, retracing the steps we were provided that the defendant took. And when I say steps, I mean both walking and in a vehicle, retracing the path.
So if I understand correctly, a cell phone in 2012, more specifically the defendant's cell phone in 2012, was capable of storing the last 20 MAC addresses it came into contact with, correct?
Yes.
Right, and a MAC address is a unique identifying number associated with a piece of electronics equipment like a router.
Correct.
And you used a fluke to walk the crime scene and other areas related to this event to capture the MAC addresses of different electronics in that area.
Correct. And the purpose was, just for the jury, the purpose was with the hope, which turned out that the phone would have collected and stored MAC addresses it saw in the neighborhood. That was the purpose of the exercise.
Now, were you able to create a map demonstrating the physical locations of the devices with MAC addresses that you found on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
By stipulation of the parties, at this point, state seeks to admit states BJ for identification is the next numbered exhibit, which is a map of the MAC addresses near the crime scene.
Any objection? No objection. It will be admitted to states 42.
Now, while standing in the driveway of 503 Bernardino, did you recover or did you record any MAC addresses with the fluke and any MAC addresses that had been in the defendant's phone?
Yes, we recorded, many. It's a neighborhood and everybody has a wireless router, even back then. But there were 2 addresses that were captured at point 2, that's identified in the map, that were still present in the defendant's phone.
Generally, how close does a phone need to be to the device in in order to pick up that device's MAC address back in 2012?
So the textbook answer at the time was the range was about 150 feet indoors. I believe around 300 feet outdoors. That's the manufacturer. In reality, it was much, much less. It had to be much closer. It would depend on things like the time of day, environmental conditions, such as, how much moisture is in the air, vegetation. That's the maximum that I just gave, but it would have to be, it's within, within 100 to 200 feet in practice.
All right, I want to shift focus a little bit to some other information that you looked at on the phone. During your examination of the defendant's phone, were you able to extract any Google searches that had been made by the user of that phone?
Yes.
And did you find an internet search history from September 9th, 2012 at 9:11 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you found from that date and time?
A search was done for how to remove gun residue. I'm sorry, let me give you the exact search. How do you remove gun residue?
And were you able to determine whether that was a search where the user had to type in the words, or did it just pop up on their phone in the Google search?
That was a search that was manually entered, the entire phrase.
And when you say manually,
how do you remove gun residue?
Okay, so someone had to
Type with the keyboard. Yes.
Were there any articles or searches made after the murder before you got the phone on September 10th, 2012?
Yes, there were various searches through the news, and I believe there were several news sites, all local stations. So let me back up. Not all local stations were checked. All of the links that were clicked on were to local stations, Channel 9, Channel 6, I believe Fox is, Channel 3. There were searches specifically targeting the homicide and articles that were read about the homicide.
On September 10th, 2012, at about 12:20 in the afternoon, did the user of the phone access an article specifically about the homicide?
Yes, on clickorlando.com, which is, I believe, Channel 6. The article was titled, "One Dead, Two Shot in a Coe Home Invasion."
At this time, Your Honor, I ask permission to publish some of the exhibits that we admitted, but the witness will no longer be pictured on the screen, but I would like to talk to him about what is being published, if that's okay. The projector is on, Your Honor.
Okay, I just can't see. Oh.
Can you still hear me, Mr. Michael?
Yes.
Okay. So you won't be able to see what I'm doing, but I do want to go ahead and talk about the items that we discussed during your testimony. I'm going to go in reverse order. First, I want to publish States 43, which is the map points of the MAC addresses. Publishing States 43. Mr. Michael, on this map, there are multiple boxes numbered, looks like 1 through 7 on the screen. Can you tell us what those boxes are intended to represent?
Those are the points where we did that snapshot of the wireless addresses. So I believe point 1 was inside the house where we collected the router. Point 2 was the driveway. I believe point 3 was in the road. Each one of those represents a particular point in time when we use the fluke to snapshot capture the MAC addresses.
I was zooming in on the points as you described them. So number 1 appears to be right on 503 Bernardino Drive. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And these are MAC addresses that you recorded using the fluke?
Yes.
And which of these addresses were you able to see on the defendant's phone?
The ones at point number 2.
Okay. For the record, publishing states 41. Which are the text messages between the defendant's phone and the contact listed as Dory. So, Mr. Michael, on the first line of these text messages, we see a phone number. It says the name Dory in the next column. The third column, there's a date and time. The fourth column is also a date and time. Can you tell us what those two, or how those two columns are different?
So when data is stored in your phone, it's stored in GMT or Universal Time, and then whatever time zone you're in is how that data is displayed to you. So where it says date/time GMT, that's the way it was stored in the phone itself, and where it says date and time local, that's East Coast time, the date and time that would appear to the user.
So the second column with a date and time is going to be our actual local time when these messages would have been sent or received.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then there is a column titled method, and there are phrases sent, and the second word is RECD. Does that mean received?
Yes.
So if it says sent, does that mean the phone number or the phone associated with Bessman Okafor sent that message at that time?
Yes. So it would be sent from his phone to whoever the contact name and phone number is in the far left columns. The RECD would be it received that message from the phone number and contact name in the far left columns.
For the record, publishing now states 42, which is deleted text messages between the defendant's cell phone and the contact listed as Twan. Mr. Michael, we see the same columns in this exhibit. Would you offer the same explanations for what those columns mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Which do you want on the screen? Do you want Mr. Michael on the screen or the
Actually, yeah,
the other one?
projector.
Okay.
I can see Mr. Michael on the laptop.
Cross-examination, Mr. Marrero, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Michael.
Good afternoon.
It's late afternoon where you are, correct?
It is, yes, coming up on dinner time.
All righty. Stated on direct examination that you analyzed the phones belonging to Bessman Okafor, Takithia Ruffin, Sharia Gordon, and Idorian Ruffin. Is that correct?
I didn't mention all the names, but yes, those are the phones I examined.
Okay, so you did not examine a phone that was believed to belong to Emmanuel Wallace, correct?
If I did, it wasn't referenced in this report. There was other supplemental reports that were done. I believed I did all the so I don't want to say all, but the majority of the phones in the matter, but it's not referenced in the report I have here.
Okay, well, yeah, in reference to the MAC addresses that we've been talking about, if you had found any of those MAC addresses on that phone, you would have included that in your report, correct?
Yes, not all the phones. So are you referring to the phones besides Mr. Okafor's?
Yeah, well, besides the phones that we talked about, Bessman Okafor's, Takithia Ruffin's, Sharia Gordon's, and Idorian Ruffin's. Okay. Now,
Yes, yeah. If they were on there, not every phone had that same. So not every phone was the same make and model, and not all of them stored the MAC addresses in the same in that same format. So in other words, if it was there, yes, I would have included it. If it was on any of the other devices, however, if that file wasn't present, then obviously no one would expect it to be there.
okay. All right, so you're familiar with the map. I assume that you created it, the map that the state used, states 43 in evidence, which has, it's an aerial view of the address of the crime scene with numbers that start at number 1 inside the house, number 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. You created
Yes.
this map, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
I did.
And you told the state, you told this jury that there was a MAC address at number 1, correct?
The only MAC addresses, so yes,
Yeah, there was a MAC
there
address.
were MAC addresses collected at number 1.
Right, at point number
Yes.
1, and that MAC address referred to a wireless router that was actually inside the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then there were 2 MAC addresses located at position number 2, correct? Which is at the driveway outside of the house on 503 Bernardino.
Yes, there were 2 that were located. There was a bunch, but there were 2 that were located in Mr. Okafor's phone.
Okay, now, so the map, it's a tiny little orange rectangle with the number 2 inside of it. Now, you testified that outdoors, the manufacturer specifications are roughly, the broadcast area of a MAC address is about 300 feet, although in practice it may be substantially less, correct?
Correct.
So if I were standing at this moment in position number 2 on the map, the actual router that's broadcasting the signal that's being picked up by the fluke machine could be anywhere, at least, I guess, at least 150 feet in any direction, north, south, east, or west, correct?
The range, give or take, but yes.
And what I mean is, like, if let's just say that by accident, number two actually indicated the center of the radius. In other words, that MAC address was actually very close to number two. It would be broadcasting in 150 feet, according to manufacturer specifications, 150 feet in every direction around that point, correct?
Yes.
So
Correct.
if you had that fluke machine and you were at number two, you could start walking down Bernardino Drive one way or Bernardino Drive the other way or north or south through neighbors' yards. And it might take you a while. I don't even know that the fluke machine is capable of pinpointing precisely where it is, but it might take you a while before you were out of range of whatever that wireless router was that was broadcasting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so the router that was located inside the house that you identified as number one, that was not located on Mr. Okafor's phone, correct? That MAC address.
That was not. That was not correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I talk over you. There's a little bit of a time lag across the ocean here. So neither was the MAC address that was located at point number 3 or point number 4 or point number 5 that are shown on this map. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
So in other words, like you took this route, you and whoever assisted you took this route because you were told by other detectives that that was the route that was taken, and you were able to locate MAC addresses, in other words, wireless routers broadcasting when you stood at those addresses. But there's no evidence that that was, in fact, the route that was taken, at least as far as Mr. Okafor's cell phone is concerned. Is that fair?
Specifically evidence from the cell phone, correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect? Yes, Your Honor. Do you want him on the screen, or do you want the projector on the screen?
We can leave it as it is, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Michael, if a MAC address, well, let me be more specific. Can you say that the defendant was not inside of 503 Bernardino because you did not find a MAC address in his phone from that address?
Correct. I cannot say he was not inside the house.
Why not?
So two things. The first thing, probably one of the most relevant, when we collected the router, it was unplugged. We met with, I believe, the victim's father at the residence and one of the homicide detectives. It was powered off. It was unplugged. It was sit on top of the refrigerator. It was photographed in place. It was photographed unplugged. I don't know if it was plugged in that night, but everything else in the house, there was still power to the house. So, and I don't want to say nothing appeared undisturbed. So I'll just factually, the router was not powered on at the time. It was unplugged when it was sitting on top of the fridge. Nobody knew if it was powered on that night. The second thing is to validate this. We obtained the exact same make and model phone and did separate testing to validate our method after this. And we came up with, when I say inconsistent results, the MAC addresses always appeared in there that it saw, but it didn't always capture all of them. And I am definitely not, that's not my area of expertise. I didn't write the software to try to solve the problem why. We wanted to make sure that, from a scientific standpoint, that there were no MAC addresses that appeared in there that you weren't near. Like, we didn't want MAC addresses showing up that you weren't near. We validated that with 2 separate tests. As far as MAC addresses not being in there were MAC addresses that we were near, that the phone did see, our test phone, that did not show up in there.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly.
It was a really long explanation. I apologize.
Yes. Just want to make sure I understand it. And if I understand correctly, you cannot say that the defendant was not inside of the home at 503 Bernardino based on the MAC address evidence, because number one, when you all found the router for that home, it was not plugged in, and it was sitting on top of the refrigerator. So you had no way
Correct.
of knowing if the router was even plugged in the night of the incident.
Correct.
And then the other issue was you tested this exact same phone, make and model, and all the MAC addresses it encountered did not show up in the log.
Correct.
Okay. And so because of that, you're not able to exclude the possibility that the defendant was actually inside the home.
Correct.
Overruled. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, may this witness be excused? Yes, Your Honor. Defense, any objection? All right, thank you, Mr. Michael. You are free to go, sir.
Thank you so much. Y'all enjoy your evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
All right. Anything? Anybody need a break before we go on to our next witness? You need a break? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a 10-minute recess. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us, and do not read or listen to any reports about this case.
All rise for the jury.
Ms. Williams and Ms. McManus, do you have, how many witnesses do you think we'll get to before or around time? We'll have about 40 minutes left before noon.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. We have a witness that will take, I would estimate, between 20 and 30 minutes. And then our intention was to start the read of Mr. Cicerone's testimony, which could, of course, be stopped at any time.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll see you back in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Let me see.
What kind of chocolate do you have?
Reese's Buttercup are down. Valentine's is underneath.
You're already in the Valentine's.
Yeah, that's what they have
Thank
out.
you. Yeah, they do everywhere.
Even after Christmas, I was like, Walmart, I was like, Valentine's already?
Yep.
It wasn't over yet. They're doing my food shopping list. It's getting paid. I gotta go food shopping. I was like, I wait to get paid.
To go shopping and groceries. I waited until this weekend, well, the weekend that just passed. Then I went grocery shopping because I'm like, okay, I know I get. Of course.
You good? You want something? Valentine's is at the bottom. Oh, Valentine's is already out? Yeah, I was like surprised. There's double chocolate. And there's, Jolly Ranchers and 3 days. There's 30. Oh, Marquette? With Lattimore, I'm just all over the place. Because she has all the specialty courts, I'm trying to keep my float on top of that. Yeah, just trying to keep up. Today she has Veterans Court, someone's gonna cover that. You found it?
You guys are super organized, otherwise I just go home.
Well, once Danielle gets full, they're gonna put Danielle in the district.
Yeah, they're gonna have to.
That's their plan. She needs to get trial. She needs to do trial. She hasn't been trial in years. She said she needs help with jury trial.
Trial isn't that hard though.
No.
Jury selection can be. I mean, we just have to listen attentively, and depending on who the judge is.
So, hopefully, soon out, she's doing trial with someone, having the jury selection. That's her biggest worry.
What division are you going to put in?
She's more than decided. Now that Melvin and Ashland are leaving,
They need to put her in an easy division. But at this point, it's no easy division. So what they're probably going to do, maybe take Chris out. Because who's going to help you?
they think I can do it all, and I can't. Monday, was it Friday? Friday, I lost my mind. I completely lost my mind. I did India and Raymond, I was there for all freaking day. And if it wasn't for Rochelle, I would have been this hot spot. And then drug court, Chris didn't get me ready for drug court, it was just get ready Thursday.
See, and who's the only one, when Danielle is at her own division, he's the only one who's going to know how to help.
And then, Monday, I was there until 3:30 to then jail. And the thing is, it's not easy because you got all the divisions, and then you gotta keep on top of the JAs to get dockets from them.
And now,
And you
Megan
have
at
to,
the jail,
yeah,
so she can, like, who's going to be able to sit in? Because I feel like, me personally, when they bring, like, and that hurt us more than helping us. Because then you have so many corrections, and then you give them to us to fix, but we already,
I know they were doing that. Yeah, she was asking me, look at something that they did. I'm like in the middle of jail arraignment. I don't have time for this. I said, you have to wait till I'm done. And after that, she found my issue with public. I was like, no. My issue was doing her thing. Yeah, it's kind of hard. Doing Travis too.
well, I feel like he's still fresh. He's fresher than yours is. Like, he's fresher than me. Like, I rarely see corrections from him.
I thought he was good.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Maybe because I never get his. I always get mixed for that. Or Megan. Megan, don't give me a correction because you right in.
But I mean, that's,
Yeah, that's yeah.
Been there, done that.
It's getting too much on top of your own corrections that now is becoming a lot because everybody's kind of all over the place in different positions. Like, as far as me, Smith, I keep getting a lot of corrections back from her because some stuff isn't stopped.
We had to shut down during
Everyone's overworked, stressed.
Yeah,
finding out, just feel like everybody is finding out.
Everybody, yes, because they literally were everybody, everybody, and then it's like you don't get compensated for it.
Close it
Because that overtime, that get ate up in taxes or like you hardly see them. And then don't let you work overtime all night. We worked overtime all night until my tires blew out.
No.
The morning when I was coming here, or I think that night my tire blew out. So of course everything is closed, so you can't get it fixed until the morning.
Right.
So then the morning came, the tire, the auto, no, what is it called, discount tires? That's where I get my tires from. So they don't open until 8. You gotta be to work at 8. So then I had to get there, but I had to get my car towed there. And then when I had to get my car towed there, of course they already got appointments. So I didn't leave there until like 10 and on my way to come here. And I had stayed, me and Sheree was here until like 9 o'clock. That was last time. We was here until 9 o'clock. And my overtime, you don't see it because I didn't come on time. Yeah. So it's like now your overtime is, you get regular overtime.
Yeah, that's,
That was so aggravating.
For the plan, you suggested is our motion. Yep. Because something about the transcript.
Because it's not them, they don't care.
Like just rampant.
no sympathy either.
None.
All they care about is just you. And letting them,
Yep.
like you saying, those people leaving, there has to be a reason. It's not about them, all about the money.
And that's what I was like, oh, it's about the money. No, it's not. No.
Sorting out, no respect. Everything has to be perfect. Perfect. Things can be corrected.
And that was Megan's favorite line.
Megan?
Yeah, she was like, oh, you could fix anything. You could just go
Yeah,
do
but then
it.
they write you up.
Yeah, you cannot fix anything. Anything is not fixable.
I am sorry. I'm feeling it now. On my lunch break, I feel it.
Lisa's feeling this. So what is what? We didn't get too far.
present, as is the defendant, as he has been throughout. Are we ready? Jury back in.
And the state is ready with a reminder. The first witness will be a live witness. The second witness is Mr. Cicerone, who I said he would read his testimony. There is a standard instruction for reading witness testimony.
There is. Let me get it up on my screen so that I'll be ready. Thank you for the warning.
Your Honor. And then before when we break for lunch, we have a scheduling update and we can have that discussion.
Okay, sounds good.
Your Honor, for purposes of the record, I'm submitting, we've asked to insert the defense as candidate for the witness and salary, and I will place another copy of the clerk's table for us. Thank you.
Are you asking that I read 2.6 use of transcripts of recordings?
I'm honestly not sure.
Okay, I'm opening the file eventually. And it reads, "You are about to hear recorded conversations," and that's not it.
No, Your Honor. If you'd like, Mr. Candidate, to look for it while I'm doing the witness, I believe it's civil.
Oh, it's not one of the criminal instructions.
No, I don't believe it is. I believe it's a civil.
All right, there is one in the civil context. I can go pull that up. Thank you. All right, then let's bring the jury back in. Kate, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Antoine McLaren.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You may be seated. Sir, could you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Antoine McLaren, ANTIONE,
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McLaren, in what city do you live?
Orlando.
And I'm not asking where, but are you currently employed?
Yes.
What type of work do you do?
Warehouse, shipping and receiving.
And can you tell us a little bit about your education background and where you went to school?
Evans, graduated.
Do you know a person named Bessman Okafor?
Yes.
And where did you first meet Bessman Okafor?
High school?
At Evans High School?
Yes.
Remember approximately what grade you were in when you met?
Ninth.
Was he older than you or younger than you at the time you met?
Wasn't too sure.
Okay. Was he around your age?
Yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with Mr. Okafor after you met?
Was good friends.
Good friends?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's okay. Did you maintain a friendship with him for multiple or several years?
Yes.
Were you still friends with Mr. Okafor back in September of 2012?
As I recall, yes.
Did you become aware in the summer of 2012 that your friend Mr. Okafor had been arrested for a home invasion in Ocoee?
Yes.
How did you learn about that?
News.
Right? Did you at some point have a conversation with Bessman Okafor about the home invasion?
About the home invasion?
Yes, sir.
Not that I can recall.
Did you talk to him, if not about the details, about the fact that he had been arrested for it?
Yes.
So he did confirm that he had been arrested for it. Is that fair?
Yeah, I can say that.
Sorry, it was a confusing question. I apologize. At first, did Bessman Okafor express any concern about the home invasion case to you?
No.
Did he seem nervous about it at all to you when he first told you about it?
Daddy got arrested. Yeah, he was nervous, but, that he had to go to court eventually for it.
He was nervous about that, or he was not? If you know.
I can't say, but, I probably would be.
So you can't tell anything he said or the way he acted, but in your own experience, it would make you nervous. Is that fair?
Yes.
Gotcha. Did he ever discuss the home invasion case with you over the phone?
No.
Did he say why he wasn't wanting to discuss it over the phone?
No.
Did there come a time when Mr. Okafor's feelings about the case, where he became nervous about it, that he expressed to you?
Yes.
And when was that? When did he become nervous about it?
I guess when the time got closer.
Okay. Now, back in 2012, detectives with the Orlando Police Department brought you into their office to ask you questions about Mr. Okafor and a potential murder. Is that right?
Yes.
And they swore you to tell the truth, correct?
Yes.
And did you tell them the whole truth about what Mr. Okafor had told you about the murder?
No.
Why not? Why didn't you tell them the whole truth when you first came in to speak to them?
Didn't really want to be involved with it.
You knew it was serious, is that fair?
Yes.
Did you specifically refuse to tell the detectives about some items that Mr. Okafor had asked to get for you?
Yes.
And what items, we'll come back to this, but what items was it that he asked for you to get for him that you didn't tell police that first interview?
It was a hoodie and gloves.
So I want to talk to you about late afternoon or the early morning hours before the murder occurred. I should back up, I'm sorry. At some point, you became aware that there had been a murder where people were suspicious of Mr. Okafor having committed. Is that fair?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about the day before that. Did you have contact with Bessman Okafor on the day before that?
I could have.
Right? You know if it would have been in person or over the phone?
Well, we talked on the phone and we seen each other in person, so it could have been either or.
Could have been either or. Is that fair? Okay. Do you remember your cell phone number from back in 2012? Is that a no?
That's no.
If I were to show you a document with your cell phone number from 2012, do you think it would help you remember the number?
I can take a look.
Can I approach on? You may. Approaching the space is 42. See that number right there? Does that help you remember where your phone number was back then?
Not really. Changed my number over the years, so
So that doesn't help you remember.
similar.
So it looks similar to the number that you. Understood. Do you have any idea or recollection of what Bessman Okafor's number was back in 2012?
Nah.
So when he would call you or you would text with him, how would you know that it was him on the other line?
I had it saved in my phone.
Right? Do you remember how you had the defendant's contact saved in your phone?
I think it's under B, Bessman. It's either or.
Right. But you knew it was him because you went to the trouble to make sure he was programmed in. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did he call you Twan back then?
Yeah.
Right. Do you know where you were when he contacted you the day before the murder?
Not that I can recall.
Do you remember going over to his house on September 9th of 2012?
That's far back, but I probably could have went over there.
All right. Did he ask you to go over there?
Sometime he did, and sometime I just came over just to check up on him.
But you don't remember on this particular occasion?
No.
Do you know, if not the specific address, the location in Orlando where he lived at the time?
Pine Hills.
Right? Was it near the Boys and Girls Club over off of St. James? Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time it was that you got there? Was it morning or evening?
If it was during a regular day, it would have had to be afternoon.
Okay. 6 or 6:30, does that sound right?
Probably could have around that time because I usually work from morning to afternoon.
Okay. Were you working in the same job you're working at now?
Yes.
Who lived at the house where the defendant was staying back in September of 2012? Do you remember?
His sister.
You know her name?
Called her T.
Do you know if Mr. Okafor had any restrictions on his movement when you went over to see him in September of 2012?
Yes, I think he was on house arrest.
Right? Was he wearing an ankle monitor that you can remember?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. When you went there, did you talk about his case at all? And not specifically the details of the home invasion, but the fact that it was coming up.
Yes.
And did he tell you that he fully expected his case to go to trial the next day?
Yes, he was aware.
And earlier you told us that as it got closer, he was nervous about the case. Was he nervous during this conversation the day before?
Seemed a little nervous.
Do you remember Mr. Okafor telling you something specific about the witnesses and whether they were going to show up for his trial the next day?
He knew they was going to show up.
He was told that?
Well, I guess he was just figuring because they've been multiple court dates up until that point.
So, if I'm wrong, tell me. He expressed to you that he knew that the witnesses had been to court dates and shown up for those, right?
Yes.
And so that's why he believed they would show up at the trial.
Yes.
Did he tell you that he was looking at potentially multiple years in prison if convicted at the trial?
Yes.
And Did he indicate whether or not he was fearful of going to jail?
Yeah, I know he didn't want to go to jail.
Did he ever express to you that he was hoping the witnesses would not show up?
Yes.
Did he ever say anything specific about what he had to do so that they would not show up?
No.
Did he tell you, quote, "I can't let them make it to trial"?
Don't recall, but we talked about a lot of things.
Including that statement.
Yes.
Did the conversation ever turn to Mr. Okafor asking you to get items for him?
Yes.
And you told us a moment ago that he asked you for a dark hoodie and some gloves. Is that right?
Hoodie and gloves.
Did he tell you when he needed those items?
As I can recall, I think he had needed them that day.
When he asked you for those items, how did you respond?
I told him I'd get them.
Did you actually intend on getting them?
No.
So, two questions. First one is, why didn't you intend on getting the items for him?
Why didn't I?
Right.
The first one, my money was low. The second one, it was just odd.
What was odd? The things he was asking?
Yes.
So the second question is, if you didn't intend on getting them for him, why did you tell him you would?
Just did.
Now, the conversation about these items, was it in person, via text message, or both?
I think it was text message.
Did you ever actually obtain those text messages?
Did I?
Excuse me, did you ever actually obtain those items?
No.
Did you, in fact, I'm going to use the word lie to Mr. Okafor and tell him that you went to get them when they were out?
As I recall, yes.
Again, Your Honor, may I approach the witness with State Exhibit 42?
You may.
Mr. McLaren, I'm handing you State Exhibit 42. It's the same document I showed you a few minutes ago. These are a series of text messages. You can read each one of them to yourself. Okay? And then let me know when you're done. Are those the text messages that were sent back and forth between you and Mr. Okafor the night before the murder was committed?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Have permission to publish State Exhibit 42?
You may.
Can you see on the screen for me, Mr. McLean?
Yes.
We're starting at the top, at around 5:29 in the morning, excuse me, the afternoon. He sent you a text message and asked you for help. He said he couldn't text about it because it was about his case. Is that right?
Yes.
And then there's a conversation that starts around 8:26, where he's asking you to go to Walmart to buy the items that you discussed previously. Correct?
Yes.
And specifically, the hoodie and the gloves.
Yes.
And then the remainder of the messages from 9:09 to 21:09 through 21:38 is you going back and forth with a lie that you said, saying that they just didn't have a movement in the book. Is that right?
Yes.
And then this very last message, it's sent, doesn't indicate that it was received by your phone. That's Mr. Okafor at 12:28 a.m. in the early morning hours of
Yes.
Never responded to that message, correct?
No.
You just know that just after midnight on September 10th, he was asking you for help. Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Self?
Good morning, Mr. McClure.
Good morning.
You've known Mr. Okafor since you were in high school, correct?
Correct.
And you guys have been friends since that time, correct?
Yes.
And as a longtime friend of Mr. Okafor, you care about him as a good friend.
Correct.
You don't want anything bad to happen to him, correct?
No.
After law enforcement first contacted you and after they found out about your potential involvement in this case, you told them that you didn't know anything, correct?
Correct.
And they threatened you if you didn't tell them what they wanted to hear, that you would be charged with a crime or possibly sent to jail, correct?
Correct.
And after you told them that you didn't know anything, they arrested you
That's correct.
and they charged you with a crime.
Correct.
And so you went back to them and you told them what you knew so you could avoid being sent to jail and convicted of a crime.
That's correct.
You testified on direct examination about phone calls and text messages that you had with Mr. Okafor, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Okafor asked you for a ride to the hospital on that Sunday afternoon, didn't he?
I can't recall.
I think if you looked at your statement to Detective Mareshi, that would help refresh your memory.
I can take a look.
Your Honor, may I approach? I'm going to show you the statement, transcription of the statement that you gave to Detective Mareshi. There's a paragraph that's blocked out. Read it to yourself first. Now, Mr. McClure, after having read this paragraph, does that refresh your recollection about the statements that you gave to Detective Mareshi about Mr. Okafor asking you for a ride to the hospital?
Not really.
Not really? Or does it, I mean, you read the transcript. Does that
I read
refresh your
it.
recollection? You remember saying that now to Detective Mareshi?
It was a long time ago. I can't remember everything I gave or statements I gave.
You remember Mr. Okafor saying after all that he didn't actually need you to give him a ride on that day?
Can't recall.
Mr. McLaren, you never did get Mr. Okafor any of the articles of clothing that he asked for, correct?
That's correct.
And you never asked him for any money for those articles of clothing, correct?
That's correct.
And he never gave you any money for that.
That's correct.
And you never even attempted to go to the store and look for the items.
No.
And after you made the last statement to police and to the state attorney, your case was completely dropped.
That's correct.
No conviction,
No conviction.
no jail time,
No jail time.
no criminal record.
No criminal record.
That's all I have.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. The charge, Mr. McLaren, that was put on you was for the lying for committing, right?
Correct.
Had nothing to do with the murder that was committed. You were charged with lying in an official statement, correct?
Correct.
Which you acknowledged to everybody here that you did that, right?
Correct.
And you were asked if you were friends with Mr. Okafor. Remember that question?
Yes.
But you weren't. You said you were, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't good enough friends to help him with the murder. You agree with that?
Correct.
I asked you if you remembered saying specifically what Mr. Okafor said to you about the witnesses, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Looking at a copy of your prior testimony in a different proceeding help you remember? Or at least you'll give it a chance?
Yes, I get a chance.
John? As much as you want. It starts at 16, and then take it down. Just read down to line 6. You now recall having read your prior testimony, exactly what Mr. Okafor said about the witness.
No, he didn't want them to show up.
What you said was, he said, I can't let them show up, right? That's what you testified.
Yes, that's what that says.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
You may.
Any objection, defense? All right, thank you, sir. You are free to go.
I can have the council up here for a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to confer with the lawyers on the length of the next witness. For the next witness, the attorneys are going to be reading testimony that was previously given. And it's pretty lengthy. So I'm going to give you a lunch break before we start this. I'm going to have the same instructions for you that I've had before. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. And do not read or listen to any reports about this case. I'm going to ask that you be back at the location designated by the court deputy at 1 o'clock. That's just over an hour. And we will resume at that time with the reading of this witness's testimony. And with that said, I will see you back at 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will see you back at 1 to resume.
I'd like to be on the record.
You may.
What time they come back? 1:15? 1. Oh. Hmm? Right.
I know. I'm a little hand-tied from last time, so if I can get them in to deliberate, if y'all can come up with something you both agree on, I don't mind asking, is there anything that any of you haven't told us about? Now is the time, speak now or forever hold, I can't call that. Okay. Not a problem. Everybody have a good lunch.
Judge, we're looking at the earliest is Wednesday.
Huh?
Earliest is Wednesday.
Yeah, that's what.
So you can't take it.
Nothing. You can go to lunch. I bought my lunch up here.
Oh, so you're gonna sit up there?
Yeah, I'll stay because they already
Okay.
the evidence out how they want it, so I don't want to have to put it back in the box. So I bought my lunch today.
All right, so I'm gonna go down and
Okay.
see what my emails, and hopefully some more JAs emails me.
Okay, it's no rush.
That'll mean who's coming mental health.
Okay. who's taking your spot? Oh, okay. So you come. Ah. So you come back tomorrow? Oh, okay. We'll see you tomorrow. You too. I bought my lunch today because I knew that the state had already put out their evidence in order that they wanted. So. Oh no, I'm fine. I brought my lunch today. You're welcome. Thank you. You too. Hopefully.
were made to stand out and sing your song. He hugs me. The differences you don't like now are what you will get, okay. The differences you don't like now are what will get you noticed so you can leave. I promise. If you do what God calls you to do, you will be successful. You got to do what's right, whether those girls support you or not, Mom said. I say my prayers and go to sleep feeling better. My parents are right. I am tired of making myself smaller to fit in. Jesus never worried about fitting in. He stood out, and that means I can too. I just hope my new friends understand. That's a picture of me praying. So this was real life. Like, I had a poster of Mom. Yep. And I had no, this was my room on Outer Drive. My room on Outer Drive. Okay, let's keep going. I meet up with Brittany, Sophie, and Ashley on the way to school. This is my chance to leave. I take a deep breath. My mom was right. Our song is too grown up. I know a few cool songs from church we could still try instead. Sophie crinkles her nose like she smells something stinky. I don't want to sing one of your goody goody church songs. I'd rather sing a goody goody song than something that doesn't fit me, I say boldly. Brittany shrugs. I get it, but it's too late to learn another song. Sorry. Okay, then I'll sing my own song, I say calmly. My stomach is still flip-flopping, but I know this is the right choice. Want to read this part, Kyle? Go to the next page. God, I pray as they walk away, please help me to be keeping the right choices. Amen. I walk the rest of the way to school. I walk the rest of the way to school by myself. I continue. Very good. Figure it out. Let's hear it. What's another sound for C? Yes, that's it. Sincerely. Try it again. Certain. You got it. Certain. Yeah. Okay. So certainly. No, certainly. Certainly. Yeah, you know that word. Certainly don't feel alone. Okay. So let's read it again. That was very good, Cal. You sounded that out well. Okay, try it. I walked the rest of the way to school by myself, but I don't sincerely don't feel alone. So it said, but I certainly don't feel alone. I walked the rest of the way to school by myself, but I certainly don't feel alone. Who do you think you should say? Yes. Okay. The music teacher agreed to let me sing my own song for the talent show. I choose His Eye on the Sparrow. You know that song, Cal? You don't know His Eye on the Sparrow? You know why should I be? Okay, we got to sing it too. Okay, His Eyes on the Sparrow, and spend all night practicing with Mom's help. You want to read that? Yes, yes. When the day of the, did I skip? Where are you? Okay, yes, that was then on the piano. When the day of the talent show finally arrived, the school auditorium is packed with people. Moms and dads and brothers and sisters and grandmas and grandpas and aunties and uncles and cousins, as well as students. Mom, dad, and my little brother are sitting right in the front row. I watch as other kids take the stage to dance, sing, rap, juggle, and even tell jokes. When Brittany, Sophie, and Ashley sing their song, the audience claps along. I do too. I am so nervous. Will the audience know my song? Will they boo me? Or will they get with me? Finally, it's my turn. I take a deep breath and remember what my parents told me. I am big and bold. My differences are beautiful, and they are going to help me stand out. The music starts, and I sing. I pour all of my feelings into that song. My love for God, my family, myself, and my friends. It feels just right. As I let the last note ring, the air fills with applause. The entire audience has jumped to their feet. My heart feels like I left my phone. I was like, I left my phone. Well, because I needed it. They didn't bring loads of the court minutes, and I'm like, where are you? Thought I could do it lunchtime, but no response from my email. I'm like, what did I do with my phone? I left it somewhere. Wow. I was like, probably upstairs. Yeah. This time I changed my water outfit, so I was able to sneak down and take a look.
Welcome back. You never got the schedule for qualifications for the race this year? When did you go this year? What's up, Brian? January? You went in January, yeah. You don't know. I'm still out this week, 2 weeks ago. Well, I did a drink alcohol. You went up to
Man said, why you bother him, Chad? Leave him alone.
Yes, for the yearbook picture, that's okay. But you went, like there was the whole group of people in there. Yes. Number 10. I have it with me. You gotta go the way you're not.
slowly.
I know. I wish I could. Oh, my goodness, she's in trial.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Very deliberate. Right. Deliberate. And she's so cool. And, Mesi, he was saying, zip file building much about it. And I said, okay, thank you. Off to the next one.
I were young prosecutors together. We practiced law for 31 years.
What, 25?
Because I have t-shirts that are pretty heavy. My wife would suggest that I definitely have golf.
I'm just getting my guitar that I don't check. I would not dare. I'm not doing anything over there.
Right.
No, you're gonna find a way there. But
Noted copy while you're there. All right, so. Your thing has been canceled, you gotta get this card. Schedule and cancel. Okay. On that.
I also think my physical, just in case my hearing, so. Not yet. I'll put him on mine.
Let me see, who was left?
I mean, that's right, it wasn't the whole time. You can only imagine someone. Reggie heard we're starting at 1, right?
You did legal next year? You're bringing, Greg, you did legal last year?
Last year?
Or you just like?
Yes, I did last year. This year though.
No, you did citizenship.
I did last year.
Just for today, unless Eureka doesn't come tomorrow, but then they need to find court unless there's no beds. And I don't even have a docket for her yet. Yeah, part-time. But mostly Lattimore. Yeah, I mean, it's part of this criminal, the Lattimore does the problem-solving course and jail arraignment. No. Yeah. Well, that's my kid, that's nothing, but I'm supposed to be with her for 3 days. Because then they'll be back to do it in jail. They don't need 2 people. Really, they need 3, in my opinion.
Right on time.
Did you bring the transcript?
Second. That's not. Also, moderately true. You see how much I trust Jamie now? It took like 4 years.
Opened up. Oh, that's weird.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Lucky you.
Lucky me.
A lot of whining going on over there.
Are we ready to start then?
Cicerone is next.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you an update about where we are on the scheduling of this matter. The attorneys have indicated to me that we are farther ahead of schedule than they anticipated. There are some witness issues, so what we're going to do so that we use your time as efficiently as possible, we are going to work and get as many witnesses done today as are available. The state indicates that they may have a couple of more witnesses that will be available on Thursday morning to conclude their case. So I'm going to give you tomorrow off. You'll be able to go to work if you want. You can do whatever you want, except the things I've told you you can't do, like talk about the case, watch news reports, or do any. Then we will have a full day Thursday, mostly a full day Friday with the defense case. And then we'll come back on Monday morning, and the defense thinks they may finish their case by Tuesday. So I'm anticipating that we'll be going to closing argument thereafter, and you hopefully will be deliberating by Wednesday. All of that is purely speculative at this point, but I did want to let you know what you might be able to expect. With that, I'm going to ask the state to call their next witness.
At this time, Your Honor, the state calls Nestle Cicerone.
All right, and this is by transcript, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, and the state intends to have an intern read the transcript of Nestle Cicerone.
All right, thank you. That intern can take a seat, and then I will give the jury an instruction.
And for record purposes, the intern's name is Reginald Howard.
Welcome, Mr. Howard. You can have a seat. Members of the jury, the sworn testimony of Nestle Cicerone given before trial will now be presented. You are to consider and weigh this testimony as you would any other evidence in the case. State.
Good morning, Mr. Cicerone.
Good morning.
Could you tell us where you are currently residing?
At the Orange County Jail,
How long have you been there?
nearly 3 years.
Do you remember the date you got arrested?
December 11th,
Of
2012.
2012. Okay. Do you know Bessman Okafor?
Yes.
How did you know him back in 2012? What was your relationship?
School, and I had known him from out of high school and just being around the neighborhood.
How many years do you think you have known him at that point?
At that point, probably over 4 years, maybe.
He was a friend of yours back then?
Yes.
Did you know a person by the name of Emmanuel Wallace?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
Through Okafor.
Was he a friend of Mr. Okafor?
Correct.
Was he also a friend of yours, would you say, or what?
An acquaintance rather than a friend.
He was Mr. Okafor's friend, not so much your friend.
Correct.
And was there another person that you knew of by the name of Donnell Godfrey?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with him?
More of an associate, play basketball.
Did you also know Mr. Okafor?
Correct.
What about Sharia Gordon? Is that someone you knew?
Yes.
And how did you know her?
She has children with Okafor.
Let me take you back to September of 2012. Were you in school at that time, or what were you doing?
Yes.
What school were you in?
Valencia.
And what were you studying at that point?
Computer engineering.
Where were you living at that time?
5806 Judy D. Drive.
Let me take you back. Were you aware back in September that Mr. Okafor had been arrested previously for a home invasion robbery?
Yes.
And were you aware that he was on home confinement?
Yes.
Were you aware that he had an electronic monitor?
Correct.
Were you aware that the trial of that case was coming up soon?
No, I really didn't know I knew when he had a trial that year, but I didn't know the exact time.
But you knew it was coming up
Correct.
at some point. Did Mr. Okafor ever express to you any concerns about how things were going with that case?
Yes.
What did he say?
Things that that they offered him a plea deal. He didn't want to take it, and he's going to take it to court, and that the witnesses were going to testify against him.
Did he say anything about his lawyer or anything, about not being happy with his lawyer?
He was unhappy with his current lawyer, so I told him he needs to get a private attorney.
He had a public defender?
Correct.
All right. So he was not happy with his public defender.
Correct.
And you suggested to him,
Get a private attorney.
and that would have cost him money, right?
Correct.
Let me take you back now to the night this happened. You know what we're talking about, right?
Correct.
That night, September 9th, going into September 10th, where were you sleeping that night?
Home.
At home at Judy D. Drive?
Correct.
Did you know where Mr. Okafor lived at that point?
He was residing with his older sister, Takethia.
About how far away from your house is that?
Driving distance, approximately 5 minutes.
So it's pretty close.
Yes.
So you're sleeping now in your house at Judy D. Drive.
Correct.
Is anybody else in that house with you at that point?
My friend, Tony Nelson.
Was he a roommate of yours, or was he just staying over that night?
He was just staying over. Earlier that evening, we were at my brother's house watching a football game. He didn't want to drive all the way home, so he just stayed there.
And you had a bedroom?
Correct.
Was Tony in a different bedroom?
Correct.
When you went to sleep that night, were you expecting anything to happen the next day?
No.
So you go to sleep, and does something happen to wake you up?
Yes.
What happens to wake you up?
Okafor.
What happens?
He knocks on my door, and then he asked me that he implied that he needed help.
He says what?
He implied that he needed assistance.
He needed help?
Correct. I don't remember the exact wording, but he implied that he needed assistance.
And did he want you to do something?
Yes.
What did he tell you? What did he want you to do?
He wanted me to go with him and just look out.
So did you do that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Okafor hand you anything at that point?
Tony Nelson's car keys.
You know where they had been?
No. I assume they were on Tony Nelson, but I don't know where his keys were, but he handed me the keys.
So somehow he had Tony Nelson's keys.
Correct.
You think they might have been on a counter or something?
Maybe.
In any event, he gives you Tony Nelson's keys. Did you have a car at that point yourself?
No. At that point, prior to that, I sold my car.
So when Tony Nelson was at your house, he had a car.
Correct.
Do you remember what kind of car that was?
A white Ford Taurus.
Was that parked out in front of your house?
Yes.
So Mr. Okafor hands you the keys, tells you to come with him.
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
So what happened? You walked outside the house with Mr. Okafor?
Correct.
What did you do then?
I get in Tony Nelson's car, and he gets in his sister's car.
His sister, Takithia?
Takithia's car.
Do you remember anything about that car?
It's a white Chevy Malibu. I think it was a 2012 Malibu.
Do you remember any particular damage or anything to that car?
Just the door handle on the driver's side.
Something wrong with the door handle or missing a door handle?
Uh-huh.
And that car, the Malibu, what was the color?
White.
So you get into Tony Nelson's car, which you say is a white Ford Taurus,
Correct.
and what do you do?
We head down.
Let me ask you. First, did you know where you were going?
No.
So how?
He just says, follow him.
Okay.
So we head down. Not Powers.
You start driving.
Yeah, we start driving. Head down Hastings. Now we're on Silver Star Road. Headed down away from downtown towards Ocoee on Silver Star Road. And the gas gauge comes on indicating it needs gas.
In Tony Nelson's car.
Correct. So I speed up. And now we're parallel to one another. He rolls down a window and I tell him that the car needs gas. And then once he rolled down the window, that's when I see Sharia in the passenger seat.
Up until then, you didn't know Sharia was there?
No. Prior to that, no. And then we went to the Kangaroo gas station near the old 9th grade center.
Near the Evans 9th grade?
Yes.
And is that a Marathon gas station? Do you know?
Yes.
So do both cars pull into that gas station?
Correct.
And that's up on Silver Star, right?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the gas station?
I stay in my car, and then Sharia gets out and she goes and pays for the gas. I put gas in the car, then after that we leave.
So you put gas in the car?
Correct.
And in the Ford Taurus, does Okafor put in some gas too?
Yes.
So you both get some gas. Then what happens?
He pulls out, I follow. We get back on Silver Star Road, make a left on Good Homes Road. From Good Homes Road, we go through the neighborhood and meet up at White Road at this abandoned house.
Now, up until that point, you didn't really know where you were going till you got there. Is that right?
Correct.
Right. Let me just show you. This has been marked State's Exhibit for Identification. Can you tell us, is that a car that you recognize?
Yes.
What car is that?
Takithia Ruffin's car.
That's the Malibu that Mr. Okafor was driving?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit AP for identification. Do you recognize this car?
Yes.
And what car is that?
The Ford Taurus, Tony Nelson's car.
That's the car you were driving?
Correct.
So you drive to this abandoned house, which you think is on White Road?
Correct.
And do you know any of the streets out there toward Ocoee? Do you know, all right, it's on White Road. You go down Good Homes Road?
Correct.
And do you remember if you make a right, do you make a left? Is it just right there?
We make, off of Good Homes, coming from the direction we're coming, we made a left onto White Road.
And so that's where the abandoned house is.
Correct.
And you call it an abandoned house. I mean, why do you call it that?
The grass was high, no lights were on, so I just assumed it was an abandoned house.
Just looked like nobody was there.
Correct.
So when you pulled into the abandoned house, both cars are there, right? I mean, your car and the Malibu both?
A third car is already parked there.
A third car? Had you ever seen that car before?
Yes.
And how would you describe that car?
It was a Chevy Impala, older model Chevy Impala, white.
Did you know whose car that was?
Candace's car.
And who's Candace?
His second sister, the second oldest.
Did you know her last name?
I don't think so.
Okay, but it's Candace's car.
Correct.
You say that's an Impala?
Yes.
Anything distinctive about that car?
Hubcaps, older model,
Okay, what color?
white.
You said something about hubcaps?
Yeah, I think it's missing hubcaps.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26 in evidence.
Yes.
Permission to publish. That's the Impala?
Correct.
All right, so you see now this Impala at the abandoned house. So there's now 3 cars at the abandoned house, correct?
Correct.
Is there anybody with the Impala?
Godfrey and Wallace already standing near the vehicle.
So they're Mr. Godfrey
And Wallace.
and Wallace.
Correct.
And Mr. Godfrey is Donnell Godfrey, I'm sorry.
Donnell Godfrey and Emmanuel Wallace.
Right. Let me show you State's Exhibit Z for identification. Permission to publish.
That's Godfrey.
That's Godfrey.
Correct.
And State's Exhibit Y for identification. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
That's Emmanuel Wallace.
So what happens now? The 3 cars and the 5 people are at the abandoned house. What happens then?
Takithia's car is in the driveway. Candace's car is in the grass, and I'm on the side of the road still with the car running. Okafor gets out, go talk to Godfrey and Wallace, and Sharia is now in the driver's side.
So you're out there. Does anybody say anything?
They're conversating. I don't know what they're conversating about, and I don't have a phone on me. So Okafor grabs Wallace's phone and hands me Wallace's phone.
You say you didn't have a,
My cell phone on me.
what happened? Did you have a cell phone at that time?
Yes.
Where was it?
Home.
So you just hadn't thought to bring it with you.
No, I just got up and left.
Do you recall your phone number for your cell phone at that time?
321-217-5312.
Let me show you State's Exhibit BC for identification, which is phone records. I don't know if you've seen this before, but this has your name on it. Okay, see where it says Nestle Cicerone right there?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay, and here is this phone number. Is that your phone number?
Yes,
So 321-217-5312.
correct.
That was the phone that you still had at your house. Do you know where it was in your house at the time?
Probably on the charger on the dresser.
You just didn't think to bring it with you?
No,
Because you didn't really know what you were doing.
I just woke up and kind of like disoriented, just got up and left.
So Mr. Okafor tells you what?
He hands me the phone.
Say it again.
He hands me the phone.
He hands you what phone?
Wallace's phone.
Let's just back up a little bit. He told you to do what?
No, he hands me the phone. He says if I see anything or, call from this phone to his phone.
So if you see anything.
Correct.
Did he tell you like what kind of thing you would be seeing or what you would be doing or why?
Anything suspicious, like a police officer or whatever.
Do you understand you were going to be some kind of lookout or something?
Yes,
And so he tells you to call him if you see anything or hear anything.
correct.
And that's when you tell him, I didn't bring my phone with me.
Correct.
So he gets another phone, you say.
Emmanuel Wallace's phone.
Manuel Wallace's phone. Did you see him actually do that?
Yes.
Do you remember anything about Emmanuel Wallace's phone?
He had a purple cover around it.
Had you seen Emmanuel with that phone on any other occasion?
Yes.
So he gets the phone from, Mr. Okafor gets the phone from Emmanuel Wallace, hands it to you,
Correct.
tells you to call if there's police or anything.
Correct.
At this point, did you know what was going on or what was happening?
A slight idea because we had a prior conversation about that, about him getting a private attorney.
So you thought this might have something to do with getting money for an attorney.
Correct.
Did you think it was something illegal?
Yes.
Did you think you were going to get something out of it?
Correct.
What were you going to do with that money?
Help finance some of my school fees.
Is that it? You thought you were a lookout for something
Correct.
and something to get money?
Correct.
So what happens then? You now have Emmanuel Wallace's phone. What happens?
The three get in the car.
You say the three. What three are we talking about?
Okafor, Wallace, and Godfrey.
Where did they go?
They pull out.
So they get in a car.
They get in Candace's car.
Candace's car?
Correct.
Do you know who was driving?
Okafor.
You say Candace's car, right?
Correct.
That's the one with the missing hubcaps?
Correct.
And you're still in the Ford Taurus.
Yes.
And what about the other car in Sharia? What happens with that?
She's in Takithia's car.
So she had been a passenger.
She had been a passenger. Now she is the driver.
Does anybody tell you what to do, where to go?
Prior to him going in the car, he said, "Follow me." So,
Okafor says that?
yes,
What happens first?
he pulls out.
Sorry.
Okafor pulls out.
Then,
Sharia follows him. Then I follow her,
so now the three cars are going.
leaving.
Do you know which direction you go in or what road you're on?
We're on White Road now. We're headed towards going deeper into Ocoee. I don't know the actual direction.
Okay, so away from Orlando
Correct.
towards Ocoee.
Correct.
And this is on White Road you're on.
Correct.
What happens then?
They go. I get caught up at the light. I get caught behind. And then Okafor calls Wallace's phone, tells me to continue, to keep coming.
Did you kind of lose them at that point?
Yes.
Is that why the phone call was?
Correct.
Did you tell him, I lost sight of you?
Correct.
So one car is following the other down White Road, correct? You're the last car?
Correct.
And you say at some point you lost sight of the other two cars. They got too far in front of you,
Correct.
and somebody calls you.
Yes.
Who calls you?
Okafor calls me.
And says what?
He tells me to continue. He directs me to continue to go straight to where he's at.
And do you do that?
Correct.
Did you pass any cars on the way to following Okafor's car?
No.
Did you see Sharia's car at all?
When I finally caught up to Okafor, no, I didn't know where she was.
I mean, you did see her at some point.
Yes, originally going there, but
But okay, so do you catch up with Candace's Impala?
yes,
Did you see it at any point at that point, do you see Sharia's car?
no.
So you catch up with the Impala, and then what happens?
When I catch up to Candace's car, I follow him, and then we make a left. I don't know the street name, and then he tells me to wait right here. We're adjacent to one another, but my car is facing, I guess you would say, north. His car is facing south. And then then he says, just stay right here, and if you hear or see anything, call us. And then he pulls off.
Now, for your car to be facing north, do you have to make like a U-turn?
Correct.
So now you're facing towards White Road again,
Correct.
and he tells you what?
If you hear or see anything, just call me and let me know.
So this is Okafor talking.
Correct.
Do you stay there?
Yes.
Did you see what was around you at that point?
The only thing that I know that was around me to my back left, I think, was a park, and to my right was like a grassy area.
And you wait there?
Correct.
Did you see what happens to the Impala?
It drives off and then takes off, but I don't know which. It drives, it goes south, and then would make a left. And then after that, I don't know.
So it makes a left?
Correct.
Then you lost sight of it at some point?
Yes.
You just wait there by this park?
Yes.
Do you have your motor running?
Yes.
Were your lights on, you think?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And you were just sitting there waiting?
Correct.
How long do you think you waited there?
I have no idea. I know some time elapsed, and then I eventually figured it's not worth it, so I leave.
Were you concerned about anything in particular when you say you think you were waiting too long?
Yes. He has an ankle monitor, and he had he told me that every 30 minutes or something, he had like a leeway time with the ankle monitor. And I figured too much time I don't know how much time has went by, but I figured that time was already up, so I just left.
The 30 minutes. What did he tell you about the 30 minutes?
30-minute leeway. If he left his house, I guess the ankle monitor thing wouldn't go off.
What do you do then?
I leave.
When you leave, where do you go?
Back onto White Road, I make a right, and then as I'm leaving, I see Sharia parked in the cut. And then I just keep going.
Where do you go?
I go back to the abandoned house.
What about the other cars? You say you pass Sharia's car?
Correct.
Does anybody else come back to the abandoned house?
Eventually, yeah, they come back. Both cars come back.
So now all three cars are back at the abandoned house?
Correct.
What happens then?
Godfrey is driving at this point Candace's car. He pulls in, and then Sharia pulls in behind him. I'm facing.
Well, let me stop you there. So you get back to the abandoned house. You think you're the first one?
Yes.
And what's the next car that gets there?
Candace's car.
And that's the Impala you're talking about?
Correct.
Who's driving at this point?
Godfrey.
Do you see who else is in this car?
Wallace and Okafor.
But now they kind of switch seats and Godfrey is driving?
Correct.
So the last car that comes back is which?
To Keithia's car.
And that's the one Cherie is driving?
Correct.
So now all 3 cars are back at the abandoned house, right?
Correct.
What happens then?
Okafor, Wallace, and Godfrey get out of the vehicle. Okafor heads to the vehicle I'm in.
I'm sorry, speak up a little bit.
Okafor heads to the vehicle I'm in, which is the Ford Taurus. He gets in, and then I see Godfrey and Wallace head towards Keithia's car.
So Okafor gets in your car.
Correct.
What do you do?
At this point, we leave the abandoned house. As I'm taking him home, he explains to me the real reason why he was there.
Do you take him home?
Correct.
When, and that's going back to
Heading towards Orlando.
Keithia's house?
Correct.
And do you drop him off at his house?
Yes.
Do you see, and then what do you do? Do you go back home?
At what point do you mean?
Well, I mean, do you drop Mr. Okafor off at Keithia's house, right?
Correct.
Then what?
After he explains to me what happened, I hand him Wallace's phone. I said, keep me out of this, and then I pull out. As I'm leaving, Cherie is pulling up.
And what do you do then?
Then I go home.
Did you ever see Mr. Okafor again other than like in the courtroom?
No.
Did he talk to you at all after that?
Maybe a day or two later.
What happened then? What was that?
Just asked me if I could go in his neighborhood, see if I see anything, and I said no.
What do you mean, see anything?
Like police.
He asked you to come see if there was police?
In his neighborhood, yes.
Did you do that?
No.
Is that because at that time you knew what had happened?
Correct.
Mr. Cicerone, you were spoken to. It took a while for the police to actually talk to you?
Correct.
For some amount of time after this happened, the police didn't know about you.
Correct.
When they first spoke to you, did you tell them the truth right away?
No.
Did you eventually tell them the truth?
Correct.
Did you get arrested?
Yes.
Do you still have charges, or have you pled guilty to some charges?
I pled guilty to the charge I have now.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit A-B for identification. Ask you to take a look at this.
Yeah.
What is this?
My plea agreement.
And permission to publish, Your Honor? One moment. And this is the plea agreement that you entered into?
Correct.
Was the entire agreement that you have
Yes.
Somebody up here. Everybody else to leave the courtroom until we figure out what's going on.
So I want to see what they say, and we'll know whether.
Yeah, it's definitely under the bed.
Yeah, no, it's strong. That's why I was wondering if it was my fault.
No, I think it's underneath me.
It's strong over there.
Turn the lights on, see if we can see anything. No flames.
It's coming through the mask.
Smell the burning smell?
Do you wanna wait and get a clearance on it first, or do you wanna go ahead and kind of?
Because it'll probably take them a while to figure it out, right?
I don't know if it will, they have systems in the ceiling, actuators do glitch on them and they smell like burning electrical. So let me get them to come up here and evaluate it immediately, and then if you can give me.
Yeah. I don't know that yet. Let's give the jury, do you want to give them a 15-minute break and let them go downstairs? All right, give them a 15-minute break and let them go downstairs. And I'll see if I can find another courtroom. Is there another courtroom if I have to move? He's, all right, well, you call. Okay, yeah, he's getting with the county to have them come evaluate to see if we even need to move, but, why don't you call Kristen and see if she can find another courtroom, if I need it. I'm not sure I need it yet. Thanks. Bye. It may be right, it may be in the ceiling, like you said.
Ceiling? All that construction?
Oh, that's downstairs.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, it smells like it's coming through.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe the actuator from the ceiling. Yeah. And it may be no big deal other than. All right, I'm gonna go to my office and see. Am I able to find another courtroom? It's not.
Your fault. It's your fault. Aw. Yes, it is.
Courtroom. Hi, Lisa. She just went down to chambers. Okay, you're welcome.
I'm passing all my stuff, just in case. All that stuff today.
Right.
Telling you to help process it?
Yeah, Melvin did, but I'm about to do it back. Coming for what? What?
The judge?
Oh, the judge called someone for the lighter. Oh. Yes.
If we move, it's going to take a while to get another courtroom set up. Smells worse back there behind my bench. I think it's probably coming from this bench up there. Because it wasn't that under the bench. And if you see it, it's amazing identifiers today. Today. Spraying the coil.
There's no smoke enough, right?
No,
No.
no sparks, no smoke. I
That
just
smells
started
like here.
smelling it and I decided,
Smell this. Smells strong.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
in the cabinet.
That's where
It smells strongest from here.
what is this for the audio system?
Yeah.
Yes, the audio system.
Okay, audio.
Yeah. This is very strong over here. Yep,
I think it's coming from in there.
yep, I would say
All right, so we have to move
95%.
courtroom.
Let me see if Rob can come back and. Let's see if I can smell it anywhere else.
Who handles this? ISS?
No, they have their own, court admin has their own team. Hey buddy, are you still up here?
Do you want me to call the
Hey,
system
back
for
the
this?
audio
What was that?
Do you want me to
video, it
call
smells
the
like
department for this?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
if you do, if you know who
one
it
I
is.
smell,
Sure.
next
I don't know
to the
who they are.
electronics.
That one's cool.
But if you smell, you
Yeah.
smell in here,
I
it
am,
smells
I'm
really
right
bad.
next to it.
Yep.
It's, next to the judge. No, it's your like
Hi,
little
Patty.
audio
This is
video,
Sullivan, 19A. The audio
yes, so it's
video,
right of the
you know
judge,
the
there's that
little
AV equipment that's right there.
AV
Thank you.
equipment that you guys have
Alright.
in all the courtrooms? It's smelling like
I
it's
smell it
burning,
strong
like
that's in
it's like
there, I think
something
you did too.
electrical,
Yeah.
and we have facilities in here, and the
That's
equipment
what
is
it's
coming
like.
from there.
Manny, can you have the
So they
attorney
wanted you
come
guys
in
to
here? I
come
wanna
up
talk to them about
and, I guess, tell them how to move it, or
moving
see what's
courtrooms
going
and how
on.
much they need
Okay,
to move if we do that.
okay, hold on. They're gonna come up for this system, but.
I just need to see the attorneys.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, it smells like it's coming from in here, but I think Rob's coming over with his team.
It appears to be coming from the
Jason's
AV
coming over.
cabinet over here that
Alright. Yeah, they were. Check, 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 check. How do those speakers sound a little bit better?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we may.
Yeah.
Has the intended light.
At 9 Bravo, same thing as well, Judge. We are actually reaching out to the JA to figure out when we can set up a schedule to get in there for the week, because, like you said, 25 here.
Schedule when we start replacing it.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Check, check. Patty, can you hear me? Check, check. Right. Or, for ventilation and whatnot. If you're okay with that, we can definitely mention that.
Did it end for our wine fridge in the cabinet. We just put a little exhaust fan that took some of the hot air into the other cabinet so it wouldn't overheat.
About making your feet a little toasty with the exhaust. That way, but we can definitely work out something where we can maybe.
I'm gonna.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here, a portable for the. So maybe.
Because I imagine it doesn't.
So.
The equipment have a longer shelf life.
Check the sideboard.
A little bit. We're about Joyce's.
Okay, I'm gonna live with this.
You might be able to connect it wirelessly, but. Yeah, put it wherever you want. Oh, that's fine, thank you.
Had a wired mouse.
Yeah.
Be a sign. Might be a sign. We're open.
The podium's thicker and this is bigger? Bigger. No, the podium's smaller.
Yeah, it doesn't have. Yeah, it doesn't have. It's not square.
Gives a seems quiet, but you can see more. That podium's also. Drawers open up and slide out.
Oh yeah, trust me. You see who I'm texting right now? I'll let her know. A special request. She says you need to hurry up. Check, 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 check. This is the witness mic, Patty. Check, check.
Is your AV guy on his way?
Keep going down at this rate. By next week, you'll be out the door.
Adrian, do we have any extra AV cables?
For HDMI.
Still have the wireless.
Yeah, this is.
Will it work?
We get one on this side. He might give up.
Do it that way.
He's like, nah.
I'll have wireless, but I know the wired is much more reliable.
It is easier.
Wait, don't y'all get paid? That means y'all get paid.
How many feet do you need? How long?
I can put the computer up there.
You think we're doing this for free?
Is it mini HDMIs or just standard HDMIs?
Wait, doesn't that technically make him qualify? Oh no, you gotta see it all.
Go to my office. I may have something.
That's two, man. It used to be, it was like Roger Weed.
Hold on one second, Your Honor. I may have one in my bag. Let me look real quick.
Check, Patty. Check.
I do not. Thank you.
We gotta watch your bag a little more. We, yeah, that he had done before that. Okay. Yeah.
Check, Mike. Check.
Text, Miss.
I texted Susie about the courtroom change.
She responded?
No. I texted Lisa about the. Oh, he's on the way.
Okay, I see.
I just like the juries on the left as opposed to.
You were on.
Yes. I actually marked my spot.
How much do I weigh?
Yeah, I'm gonna start back at the, how much do,
Tiger in here.
How much do you weigh?
yeah,
How much do you weigh?
right. So that's where I'm gonna start. Line 7.
Let me see if I can let Jeff know too.
I figured things were going sideways. I better put a secret on that.
As we burn.
May have to close those
Those what?
lines.
Who do we need to advise that? Marshy, Amy? She's really the only one, right?
Amy's the only one.
Yes, and yes, everything is working, and she.
No, you're good. Tomorrow, we are.
Did we get an email to us?
The connection's a different one, sir?
No, hers stayed right on.
Huh?
Hers stayed right on.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you guys learn to have like a little space? It's kind of. You're always coming here.
Y'all can be seated. I didn't have any HDMI to HDMI, but I have an HDMI to C and an HDMI to mini HDMI. Can you see that? Then IT is bringing up an HDMI to HDMI.
If this was an HDMI to HDMI, or
Oh, there you're going.
It's going to be too many. It's going to work to HDMI. Did you find one? Oh, okay, great.
Are you guys looking at the cord? Make sure you know it's there.
The trip hazard?
Yeah.
Duly noted.
I'm just saying.
Duly noted, the state's made us aware.
I feel like it's my responsibility.
Probably is. I think I heard it said one time, assume a duty when you have a duty.
The question would be, is it open and obvious?
That's the question.
You can come up.
Yeah.
No, we're not gonna, I don't think we need to take time to tape unless you really feel strongly about it.
I feel good enough, to be honest, if we just.
Have it here? Okay, I'm good with that.
We'll just be cautious.
Black tape.
I'm a very clumsy person.
It's so funny, I just saw you in the courtroom.
Shoes that I had those in your selection.
Rotate all the way around or what?
There it is, there it is right there.
Okay, cool, sweet. So it's just loose.
Well, actually, yeah, so if he doesn't move too much, I should take that part down.
There we go. Yeah, I'm just trying to put it in a place where.
Before you leave, it's not connecting. Fortunately, I don't really think I have. Trying to call and it's just not going.
Where's the second ago? Orange and then check it out. Oh, that's the issue.
Glad you were here because I went on. All right, thank you.
Thanks for waiting. We'll let the host know that you're here.
Okay, so it won't be from that. Again, I won't have.
Oh, correct.
All right, cool.
Okay, so now we'll return it on the dual screen instead of defaulting.
You need the white one? Trying to connect to the wireless presentation. No, they don't need that screen. They need the other one.
Gotcha.
Before it was defaulting.
Yeah.
And then going back to now, that's where
Text. Oh, there we go. Okay.
All right, did you show them how to fix it if it happens again?
He wants the, you want the,
well, the way it was working is if we turn this on, that would go off.
okay,
And then turn this off, and that would go on. So it's defaulting to the,
to the dual. Let me double check here.
We weren't planning to have to use this courtroom. Just so the attorneys know, it's my plan to be back in 19A on Thursday morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're going to get everything resolved there, I'm confident, this afternoon and tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think I literally lit a fire under them.
Of course you did. Maybe one of the deputies can go with it. Okay. Yeah, but that's almost done. Yeah. Right.
We're going to HDM. Adrian, we're going to HDMI 1. We're going to HDMI 1.
No, I know. I'm gonna let her know.
Like having the whole world stare at you, isn't it? Pressure.
Better than me, with them all in here.
What? Just show it? Yeah.
Is it connecting to the computer at all now?
It's not connecting to
Let me take the, I'm going to take the top.
Okay, yeah, we probably could do without it at that length.
Little house of cards, you know. Back when you could spend thousands of dollars in posters.
Those things are expensive. Yeah. I had used one in a trial and I was getting harassed. We need the board back. We need the board back.
That's gonna be hard with that wire like that.
Yeah, we'll put it on. Got it?
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
So, right now, if we're wanting to use the actual Elmo, we'll tap that line,
Yep,
and expand.
okay,
When you go back to your actual laptop,
all right,
we'll tap the screen, close that line, expand that.
okay.
All right, that should be the quick.
I got you.
All right,
Yeah,
all right.
okay. Thanks.
We need Elmo first, correct?
Yes, let's stay with the Elmo first.
All right, gotcha.
Appreciate you.
Anytime.
It's gonna be hard for him to do it, like, listen, if he has a witness, it's gonna be hard for him to do it. He has to reach around the witness to switch to make the switch.
Double check.
And I'll just come in here and do it that way. I'll make it work.
When's your next break?
Brian, we should test the video and the audio.
You should test the video. That's a good idea.
Why she's the boss.
Oh, thank you for coming to get this done. bring the jury back in. That'd probably be a good idea.
Mr. Self, do you know where we left off?
I do. Page 28, 27. I'm going to start with line 17.
Mr. Howard, if I could have you back up here, please, sir. All right, record should reflect that counsel for each party is present, as is the defendant, as he has been throughout. We have resumed in courtroom 7A after a little bit of electronic kerfluffle. Just trying to keep you on your toes.
Mr. Howard, it's 2827, line 17. A little pickup.
Thank you.
Seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the unforeseen burning electronic smell. We have changed courtrooms for this afternoon while they diagnose the problem. And we are going to resume. Yourself.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cicerone, how much do you weigh now? How much do you weigh?
How much do I weigh?
Yes.
I think I should be at like at 185 now.
What was your weight back in September 10th of 2012?
September 10th?
2012.
I don't know.
How tall are you?
5'11", 6 feet?
Do you always wear your hair like that?
Yes.
Pardon me?
Yes.
You said yes?
Yes, if I get a haircut.
Okay. Back on, you told the jury that morning you left the gas station and you went to the place near 503 Bernardino Drive and you sat somewhere by yourself, correct?
We left the gas station and then went to the abandoned house.
Okay, and after you left the abandoned house, you went somewhere else, right?
Yes, what he told me to follow him.
Okay, you went somewhere and you sat by yourself, correct?
At what point do you mean sat by yourself?
It's my understanding you told the state in direct examination that allegedly Mr. Okafor told you to go and sit in some park somewhere.
No, he didn't tell.
Near some cleared out area and some bush, right?
No.
So what did you, after you left the alleged abandoned house?
Follow Okafor.
Okay, where did you go?
Down White Road.
Okay, where did you end up?
I don't know the street name, but when he called Wallace's phone and told me, catch up to him, we kept going. I don't know the street I made a left on, and he told me to park right here. And he told me to stay there. At that point, I don't know what road I'm on, which street I'm on.
Okay, but you parked somewhere and you stayed there, right?
Correct.
And you were there alone, correct?
Yes.
So no one else knows what you're doing that period of time, right?
No.
No one was with you?
No.
Okay, and you said that you sat there and you decided on your own when you were going to leave that location, correct?
Yes. As time elapsed, I decided to leave.
Okay, and no one knows when you left that spot, right?
No.
In fact, no one can account for anything you did for the period of time that you allege that you stayed in that one spot, right?
You said no one can account?
For what you were doing from that period to the time when you stayed there, that you were in that little cleared area by yourself.
Besides me, no.
And I believe you told us that you knew Godfrey and Emmanuel Wallace, right? From playing basketball, right?
Yes, I knew of them.
Pardon me?
I know of them. They're not personal friends.
But you played basketball with them before, right?
Yes,
And you stated that after you dropped Mr. Okafor off, that was the last time you spoke to Mr. Okafor, right?
yes, physically.
And you entered into a plea agreement in this case, correct?
Correct?
And you're expected to say whatever is necessary to have the court honor that agreement.
No,
But you have any idea what you're supposed to say in this courtroom, right?
the truth.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Just one question. You said you never spoke to Okafor again after you dropped him off?
He said, did I see him? I said physically, no, but I spoke to him.
And that was the phone call about come by and see if there's any police,
Correct.
which you didn't do.
No.
No further questions, thank you.
Thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Marie Hansen.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name for the court reporter and spell your last name, please?
Dr. Marie H. Hansen, Hansen.
You may inquire.
Your Honor, may I approach and adjust the AV before we begin?
You may.
Thank you. Excuse my reach, doctor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Where are you employed?
I'm an associate medical examiner with the District 9 Medical Examiner's Office that serves Orange and Osceola counties.
How long have you been a medical examiner?
Since 1990 and here in Orlando since 2002.
And what are the qualifications to be a medical examiner?
I'm a medical doctor. I got my medical degree from the University of Minnesota. I'm a pathologist. I did my pathology residency in anatomic and clinical pathology in St. Paul Ramsey, Minnesota. And I did my forensic fellowship in Miami and have passed the national board exams for anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology, and I'm thus considered board certified in those areas.
What is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology has the additional training to deal with evaluating trauma and determining cause and manner of death.
And what role does an autopsy play in the practice of forensic pathology?
An autopsy is a correlation of the history and the physical findings on the body and in the blood to help determine the cause and manner of death, looking for evidence of injury, evidence of natural disease, to help determine the cause of death.
Can you describe or explain to the jury what an autopsy is?
An autopsy is an examination of the body after receiving the history, and we're looking at the inside and outside areas of the body, photograph the body as it comes to us, And then after, document what clothing and things like that or medical intervention are on the body, if there is any. Then remove it, look at the body again, looking for evidence of natural disease and evidence of injury, and then progress internally to look in the organs to look for evidence of natural disease and evidence of injury, and take specimens as appropriate to help determine the cause and manner of death.
What is meant by manner of death?
In the state of Florida, there are 5 manners: natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
And what is meant by cause of death?
Cause of death is the physical, either disease or injury that caused the person to die.
How many autopsies have you performed?
I've probably performed over 3,000, an average of between 265 and 300 a year since 1990.
So one of your responsibilities as a medical examiner to occasionally provide testimony in a court of law.
Yes.
Have you previously done so?
Yes.
Have you previously been qualified to provide opinion testimony in the courts of Florida in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I stopped counting after 75.
Would that be including here in Orange County, Florida?
Yes.
At this time, the state would tender this witness and ask the court to permit her to provide opinion testimony in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection, Your Honor.
She will be permitted to hear her opinion in that.
Now, in this case, did you determine the cause and manner of death of Alex Zaldivar?
Yes.
What were your findings?
The cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner was homicide.
How many entry wounds did you find?
2 entry wounds.
How many exit wounds?
1.
That would mean then that one of the bullets went through and through and one of the bullets remained in the body?
That's correct.
Were photos taken depicting these injuries during the autopsy?
Yes.
And would these photos assist you in explaining the injuries you found during the autopsy?
I believe so.
May I approach the witness? Doctor, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states BG. Take a look and let me know if you recognize.
Yes.
Are those images a fair and accurate depiction of the photos that were taken of Alex Zaldivar during the autopsy?
Yes, those are copies of autopsy photographs that were taken during the autopsy. Not all of them, but some of them.
At this time, state seeks to admit what's been marked for identification as BG as a next numbered exhibit.
All right. BG will be admitted as State's Exhibit 45.
Permission to publish after it's been marked, Your Honor.
You may.
Publishing for the record states BG4. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
This is a cleaned up photograph of Mr. Zaldivar that's taken for the potential purposes of identification.
Doctor, I want to talk about the injuries. So at this time, I'm going to publish states BG1. tell us, what are we looking at in this photo?
We are looking at the back of Mr. Saldivar's head, and you can see that there are 2 gunshot wounds, one to the left and one to the right in the back of the head. The areas around them have been shaved.
Publishing states BG2. Can you explain what we're looking at in this photo?
This is an entrance wound to what's labeled in the report as gunshot wound B. It's behind and slightly above the right ear canal, and it's an entrance wound, and you can see some stippling behind the ear and down the right side of the neck.
Thank you. I heard you mention stippling, and we're going to talk about that in just a moment. Publishing now states BG3. Can you explain what we're looking at in this photo?
This is an exit wound for the gunshot wound that starts in the back left of the head, comes out the right front.
Is there any way to determine which of those wounds occurred first?
No.
And would either of the wounds have been fatal?
Yes.
Now, did you also create a diagram explaining the location of the entry and exit wounds and the trajectory that each bullet traveled?
Yes.
May I approach the witness? Doctor, I'm showing you the mark for identification as states BH. Take a look at those 2 pages and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes.
A fair and accurate depiction of the diagrams that were created during the autopsy of Alex Saldivar.
Yes.
At this time, state seeks to admit what was previously marked for identification as BH as the next number exhibit.
No objection from the defense.
BH will be admitted as State's Exhibit 46.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
The record publishing BH2. All right, looking at the diagram that's been published, can you tell us what is meant by CN, which appears to be a notation on the top left image in this photo or in this drawing?
CN is contusion, or it's a little bruise.
And at the bottom of this drawing, there are 2 images, and you've got some notations made. Can you tell us what you're describing here in this image?
This is a representation of the back of the head and my attempts to draw the entrance wounds on the left, bottom left, the entrance wounds of gunshot wound A and B, and then there is an X representing where we went inside the brain and we got the projectile. It ended up being in the left middle ear. And on the right, you can see what looks like the little stellate hole that you saw in the picture, and that's the exit. So the one in the back of the center, or to the little bit to the left of the center, went through and goes out the right parietal or frontal skull. Goes from back to front, and the other one, gunshot wound B, goes from side to side.
Publishing now BH1, page 2 of that diagram. Can you explain what we're looking at here in this image?
This is a diagram representing the inside of the skull after the brain has been removed. The two on the upper are the top, the outside top, and the inside top. If you took the top of the skull and then you flipped it over, this is where you have the inside and this is the outside, what you would see if you reflected the scalp. And on the bottom is the bottom half of the skull, where you see on the top, you can see where it says some fractures, and these are above where the eyes sit, and then the ridges in the middle, these are the petrous ridges. They're above the ears, the top of the ear canal. And then you have the occipital area where the one that looked like it was more on the outside comes into the skull just to the right of the vein that goes down the middle of the back and just under the vein that goes across the side, the transverse sinus.
Now, the projectile that was recovered was for the bullet that went in through the base of the neck behind the ear?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with the projectile that was recovered?
The projectile was photographed, and then it was placed in a container and sealed and labeled and given to law enforcement.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Doctor, I am showing you a spin bar identification as states VI.
I'm going to take a look at the envelope. Let me know if you recognize the writing and the markings on that.
This appears all to be law enforcement. My projectile carrier is inside.
Is that the projectile that was recovered during your autopsy of Alex Zaldivar?
I believe so. I would have to open it and look at
Would you like to open it?
Sure.
One moment, I'll give you some scissors.
Yes, this is the projectile.
This time, state seeks to admit what was previously marked for identification as states BI as a next numbered exhibit.
Objection, Your
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 47.
Are the trajectories of the bullets consistent with Mr. Zaldivar having been laying face down on the ground when he was shot?
They could certainly be.
You mentioned stippling earlier. Can you explain what stippling is?
When you set off, when you pull the trigger and you set off, fire a gun, you ignite the powder that's in the base of the base of the bullet, in the cartridge, and that causes enough of an explosion. So both burning and unburning gunpowder comes out with the bullet in the cloud that is with the firing gun. If you are near enough to the person, some of this burning and unburning gunpowder comes out the end and goes into the environment or into the skin. It's called stippling because oftentimes when it impacts the skin, it goes to the level of a tattoo ink, a stippling or a powder tattooing. When you wash off the skin, you can wash off the soot, but you don't wash off the embedded particles.
Are you able to offer an opinion about how far away the firearm was from Alex's head when the fatal rounds were fired?
The one behind the ear is an intermediary, so that is inches to feet. And I believe with the pattern and the way the wound is, that it's closer to the inches end of that.
Okay. And would that be for wound A or wound B?
That would be for wound B.
Okay.
Wound A does not have any surrounding stippling. It has some blackening inside the scalp, so it may be consistent with a closer gunshot wound.
Moment. He has no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Arnie. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Afternoon.
Doc, is it fair to say that either one of those two gunshot injuries would have caused instantaneous unconsciousness
Yes.
and rapid death?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect. Your Honor, I'm sorry, Doctor. Does your examination of Alex Aldevar tell you anything about how long he was laying on the floor before he was shot? Would you have any way of knowing that?
No, I would not.
Would you have any way of knowing from your examination whether he was afraid or fearful or feeling emotional stress at the time that he was shot?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled.
I can't tell that from looking at the body, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. May this witness be released? Yes, Your Honor.
No objection from the defense.
You're free to go now. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
State calls Amy Seward.
I did.
May be seated. Ma'am, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Amy Seward, Siewert.
Thank you. You may
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Seward.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us where you currently work?
I work for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Orlando Regional Operations Center.
So going forward, when we talk about the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, I'm going to say FDLE, so we're on the same page. How long have you worked with FDLE?
I've worked with FDLE over 21 years.
What is your current role or assignment at FDLE?
I am a crime lab analyst supervisor over the evidence intake section.
Have you always been a crime lab analyst supervisor over evidence?
No,
Prior to taking that role, did you work in the firearms section?
I did.
What was your role in the firearms section when you left it?
I would examine firearms for safety and function, as well as looking at fired ammunition components such as bullets and cartridge cases to determine if they were fired from a particular firearm.
How long did you work at FDLE in the firearms section?
18 years.
Can you tell us first your educational background, formal education, and then detail the training that you received in order to become a firearms analyst?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry, and then I completed a 2-year hands-on structured training program in the areas of firearm function, microscopic comparison of fired ammunition components, basic firearm repair, as well as written, oral, and practical competencies, and a period of supervised casework under a trained examiner.
So What I heard you say is that they trained you, they tested you, and then they watched you do your job before letting you do it on your own. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct.
All right. How long were you working in firearms with unsupervised casework? In other words, once you graduated from the program, how long were you examining firearms?
I would say approximately 16 and a half, because while I was training on microscopic work, I was still conducting some firearms examinations.
16 and a half years?
Yes.
And prior to today, have you been called as a witness in the state of Florida to provide opinion testimony in the area of firearms, function, and identification?
I have.
Approximately how many times prior to today have you been called and permitted to give opinion testimony in that area?
More than 100 times.
At this time, we would tender the witness for voir dire and ask that she be permitted to provide an opinion in the area of firearms, identification, and function.
No objection.
She will be permitted to render her opinion in those areas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Seward, I see that you have a manila envelope. I recognize that as a case file from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Is that what that is?
It is.
And did there come a point where you were asked to examine some firearms evidence under your agency case number 2012-05-09093?
Yes.
And was that evidence submitted to FDLE by the Orlando Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did you or did FDLE specifically receive 3 pieces of evidence under that case number that were the subject of a report dated December 13th of 2012?
Yes.
And were those FDLE items 22, 24, and 29?
Yes.
Can you describe for members of the jury what those items were?
They were 3 fired bullets.
What is a fired bullet? And I see that you have what I believe to be a demonstrative there. If this would be an appropriate time to use that, and with the court's permission, if you would mind doing so, please. Go ahead, ma'am.
So this is a cartridge. Quite often, a whole cartridge is called a bullet. However, the cartridge is made up of the cartridge case, the bullet that's seated at the mouth, gunpowder inside, and then the primer, which is the silver area inside. So when a cartridge is fired, the firing pin from the firearm will strike this primer. It'll cause a spark that will go through a hole in between where the primer is seated and the body of the cartridge case. This will ignite the gunpowder. The gunpowder will rapidly expand, and from that expansion of gases, it will push the bullet down and out the barrel. And while it does that, it is engaging with the rifling of the inside of the barrel. So as it goes down, it is twisting either right or left, depending on how the gun is manufactured. And as it's passing down that rifling, there are striated marks that are being impressed onto it with what are called lands and grooves, the raised and lower areas. And those are, what I had received was this portion of the cartridge, the fired bullet.
Specifically 3 of those portions, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what's been placed into evidence as State's Exhibits 18, 17, and 47?
You may.
Ms. Seward, I'm going to hand you the exhibits in numerical order and ask you if you can identify them, starting with State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize any of the writing on the exterior of that exhibit?
I do.
And what is it that you recognize on that exhibit?
I recognize the FDLE case number, item number, and my initials.
And did you perform a comparison of the projectile in that package?
I did.
All right, I'm now going to hand you State's Exhibit 18. Same series of questions. Do you recognize anything on it?
I do.
What do you recognize?
The FDLE case number, exhibit number, and my initials.
And did you perform an analysis on the projectile in that exhibit?
I did.
Lastly, State's Exhibit 47. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what do you recognize on it?
Also the FDLE case number, item number, and my initials.
Did you perform an analysis on the projectile that was found in that exhibit 47?
I did.
47 in particular came from, or appears to have come from, the medical examiner's office. And if you need to look inside, you can do that.
Do you want me to pull it out of the container or leave it?
Do you see it from there, or do you need to?
I can see it.
As long as you can see it and tell us whether or not that appears to have come from the office of the medical examiner.
Yes, this label appears to be from the medical examiner's office.
Right. And when you conducted your analysis of that projectile, did you open it up, pull the projectile out, and then do your analysis?
I did.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You can put it back in unless you need it for other purposes. So you told us, using your exhibit, a little bit about how firearms work. Can you use any of the tools in your laboratory to look at multiple projectiles like the ones in evidence now and determine if they were fired from the same gun?
I can.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the members of the jury how you go about doing that, and more specifically, how you did that in this case?
I use what's called a comparison microscope. It is 2 compound microscopes connected by an optical bridge, which allows me to see 2 separate pieces of evidence side by side in the same field of view. What I'm able to do is mount one bullet on one stage, so on one of the compound microscopes, and the second bullet on the other compound microscope. That allows me to move a hairline, which is the middle line, and then look and rotate both bullets to look to see if I can find corresponding individual characteristics between the exhibits I'm looking at.
Why, you talked about the grooves inside the barrel of a firearm. Why do those exist? Why do manufacturers of firearms put those in there?
They put them in as stability for the bullet, similar to how a football is thrown in a spiral motion.
And does every firearm have sort of a unique signature based upon those lands and grooves?
Within the lands and grooves are what are called individual characteristics, and they are unique to a particular firearm.
What is a class characteristic?
Class characteristics are determined prior to manufacture, so that would be the caliber of the firearm, the number of lands and grooves, the direction of twist of those grooves.
Finally, before we talk about the specific analysis you did here, are there 2 basic types of handguns?
Yes.
Can you describe for the members of the jury the 2 basic types of handguns that exist?
Pistols and revolvers are the 2 types. So the main difference in the function of them is how they extract and eject fired cartridge cases. So with a pistol, after the pressures have pushed that bullet down and out the barrel, the rearward pressure is going to also push back on what's called the slide, or the top part of that pistol. And that will have an extractor to pull it out of the chamber and hit an ejector, which will then kick it out of the gun. Whereas with a revolver, it is a cylinder of multiple chambers where a number of cartridges are loaded at the same time. And each pull of the trigger will rotate that cylinder. And until the user will swing out that cylinder and remove the cartridge cases, they'll remain in the firearm.
So is it accurate to say that the only way a cartridge case can end up out of a revolver cylinder is if someone manually moves the revolver over and dumps it, or otherwise pulls the cartridges out?
Yes, they do not automatically eject.
Whereas with a pistol, upon the firing of the pistol, a cartridge would eject and end up somewhere, either on the ground or somewhere else after it was fired.
Yes.
All right. So now specifically to these 3 projectiles, did you compare them to one another?
I did.
Can you tell the members of the jury what you found regarding the class characteristics and any individual characteristics, please?
So whenever I begin an examination, I'm looking at the class characteristics of whether it's a cartridge case or a bullet. So the first thing I'll do with a bullet is count the number of lands and grooves. Well, back up. I will determine the caliber of the bullet to see if it's the same caliber or similar caliber to my other pieces of evidence. From that, if they're all the same caliber, next I'm going to look at the number of lands and grooves that are present on the fired bullet and the direction of their twist. If all of this is in agreement, then I will microscopically compare the exhibits to each other.
That first set that you described, that's your analysis of the class characteristics?
Yes,
Were the class characteristics of the 3 projectiles in front of you the same?
they were.
Can you give us the details about the class characteristics of these projectiles?
Sure. The caliber is 38 caliber class, which includes 38, 357, and 9 millimeter. And they had 5 lands and grooves with a right twist.
I don't think you said this. When you say caliber, what is that a reference to?
Caliber is the designation that a firearm is designed to fire in very basic terms. It also can be the diameter of that particular bullet.
Right? So given that the class characteristics of the 3 projectiles were the same, did you do an individualized microscopic examination?
I did.
And can you tell the members of the jury the results of your microscopic examination as to the 3 projectiles?
All 3 of these projectiles were identified as having been fired in the same firearm.
That's the only questions I have. Thank you, Ms. Seward.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Seward. So the 38 caliber class, which includes a 38, 357, and 9 millimeter, those are calibers that include both revolvers and semi-automatic handguns, correct?
Correct.
And there are a number of manufacturers in the United States and around the world that manufacture either revolvers or semi-automatic handguns, or both, in those calibers, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And with the particular number of lands and grooves with a right twist. I think you said it was 5 lands and grooves and a right twist, is that correct? So what manufacturers produce those types of, or have those kind of characteristics?
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Do my report?
Yes, ma'am.
And actually, before I even do that, may I read from my report?
Yes, please.
The list I have, which is not all-encompassing, but these are the more common brands: Charter Arms, Fabrique Nationale, Lama, Ruger, Smith & Wesson, and Taurus, among others.
Okay. So is it fair to say, I'm not that familiar with all of them, but I've certainly heard of Taurus and Smith & Wesson and Ruger. Is it fair to say that those are among the 3 of the largest handgun manufacturers in the United States?
I don't know about that particularly, but they are ones that we would see most common in the firearm section.
Now, you were not asked, and nor were you able to ever match those bullets to any particular handgun in this case, is that correct?
I was not.
That's all I have.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
She may. For the last time, the state calls Detective Michael Mareshi.
Your Honor, may I approach and walk back into the computer?
You may.
Record my signal. It's on. I am. It's on when